Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the somewhat late start, but I think we're all ready to go at this point. I'm going to go through the agenda and see what needs to be held and what doesn't need to be held. First of all, we have regrets from Councillor Deans. We will have a declaration of interest from Councillor Middick for item number 3. Can we confirm the minutes of the 6th of April? Confirmed, thank you. Item number 1 and item number 2 is two different things going on, but very much related. Item number 1 is an informational report on the use of photo radar in Canadian municipalities. Item number 2 is a motion that was introduced by Councillor Brockington, who's decided to join us today, so thank you for that. And we will be speaking to that in just a few minutes and suggesting a replacement motion, which will be considered going forward. Number 3 is veteran parking on Remembrance Day. I'm wondering, well, before we say carried, Councillor Middick has something he... we're on item number 3, Councillor Middick. You have a conflict to declare?
Thank you, Chair. Yep. I, Councillor Middick, declare potentially deemed direct how do you say that word? Pecuniary. All right. Pecuniary interest on Transportation Committee. Agenda 14, item 3, veterans parking on Remembrance Day, as my wife has veterans license plates on her vehicle.
Okay, so I get the sense from nodding around the head that this is something to be carried, so if you can step away from the table for a second. Am I right on this? This is something we can carry on consent? Carried, thank you. Okay, Councillor Middick, you can sit down again. Number 4 is the Centretown Local Area Parking Study. We're to receive this report. There are no delegations on this. Can we receive this report? Thank you. Number 5 is the Leitrim Road Realignment and Widening, River Road to Bank Street Environmental Assessment Study Statement of Work. Hold. Okay, and we have a delegation on that as well. Number 6 is the front-ending agreement for the Brian Coburn Boulevard from Mirbeau Road to 10th Line Road revised costs. We have no delegations on this particular matter. Can we carry this? Carried, thank you. Item number 7, commemorative naming Max Keeping Bridge. Carried? Thank you. Item number 8 is, I've spoken to Councillor Hubie, who's not here this morning, but he wishes to defer this particular matter, and he's in discussions with staff to resolve the issue. So if we can agree to defer. Thank you. So before we get to the substantive items, we have at least one delegation which wishes to present to us in French, so I have a statement that I have to read in that regard. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided when required for item number 2 on today's agenda. Committee members are reminded to use their earphones as necessary, and members of the public are invited to use the translation devices and earphones located in the box on the front table just inside the door. Un service d'interprétation simultanée sera offert le cas en champ pour l'article 2 de l'ordre du jour. Aujourd'hui, nous rappelons aux membres du comité de porter leur écouteur aux besoins, tandis que les membres du public sont invités à utiliser les appareils de traduction et les écouteurs se trouvant dans la boîte sur la table située près de la porte. For those who want to hold Leitrim, do you have a lot of questions, a lot of concerns? Because certainly number 1 and number 2 is going to take up a lot of time. I'm wondering if you're going to be... the delegations, Mr. Klaus Beltzner. Oh, you're here for the first item as well, Klaus?
But staff. We don't want to keep staff. Why don't we address that issue? Sure.
Okay, with the council's or committee's concurrence, so we'll deal with that item first, which shouldn't take too long. And we don't have a presentation on that. Mr. Beltzner is the only delegation, if you could come up. And I know you're well familiar with the rules, so you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Eglai. Thank you, Council members. I'm here to talk about the Leitrim Road realignment and widening, River Road to Bank Street, and the statement of work. My concern had been with respect to River Road and the widening of Leitrim Road in the EA to River Road. My discussion just a few minutes ago with Frank indicated that there's an opportunity in this EA to remove the widening segment of Leitrim from Limebank to River Road, which was my main intent. So by keeping it in, it actually offers that opportunity. The diagram that you have in front of you is the long-term network diagram for roads to be added and widened. So you see that the widening is on the books for that segment, which I would like to have removed because of the pressure already on River Road being excessive. There's also the new river crossing that's to connect Fallowfield with Leitrim, and the alignment has to be worked out yet. And clearly, if we look at keeping the widening on Leitrim at this alignment, that would not be appropriate for the future consideration of an EA that connects Fallowfield with Leitrim. So my initial objection to remove that segment from consideration now, because it's going to be considered in the future, has just been modified based on the discussion just a few minutes ago, because now we have the opportunity to actually remove from the diagram that yellow line between Limebank and River Road on Leitrim as a indication of the need for widening. So we can look at that and remove that through the EA process. Have I confused everyone enough now? So I'm in favor of keeping the EA as it is in terms of the scope. I would ask, however, that Earl Armstrong be identified in the EA as something to look at for the purposes of the amount of capacity that we're building going east-west and where that capacity should be and the priority for building that capacity. Both these road projects are to be done after 2031, so the issue of where the widening is needed and what's to go first in terms of building will be decided later on. But the fact is that we should be looking into the whole question of how much capacity is needed east-west and where the capacity should best be applied. So I would ask that Earl Armstrong extension and widening be included as something to look at in this EA as one of the conditions. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Drews.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Mr. President, thank you for being here this morning. I had a conversation before, and I know you were involved in the EA study for the extension of the O train and the bridge that was going to be built on top of Leitrim, and I heard, and you think it's a throwaway. Could you please a little bit explain and a little touch on that?
Yes, Councillor Drews. The EA that extends the O train to Riverside South has in it an overpass, a road overpass on the existing alignment of Leitrim Road where the O train line intersects. And that's to be consistent with the council policy of having grade separation for LRT. Now, this particular bridge that will carry traffic from Leitrim over the O train alignment will be a throwaway bridge because there will be a new bridge required once the realigned Leitrim is built. So I've been asking whether we can have some consideration that doesn't require us to build that additional bridge. So having a throwaway bridge built that will last maybe 5-10 years, I think is a waste of money. So this alignment will show us where the bridge ought to be built, and so I'm asking that consideration be given that by having this alignment studied now and solidified, that we could consider not having to build that bridge, that O-train overpass at Leitrim in the current alignment. Again, it's a way to try to save money for the city and not build something that's going to be a throwaway. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Close.
Thank you, Councillor Drews. Any other questions, Councillor Drews? For staff? Okay, well, any other questions for the delegation? Seeing none then, okay, if staff could come to the table, please, so Councillor Drews has a question or two for staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Vivi. I have a question over, in the report, it says that we're looking for alternative roads we're looking for, in addition to what we're looking on Leitrim. And it didn't specify the names, and as Mr. Blatzner was mentioning, is Earl Armstrong one of the roads that we are looking into, the alternate road that we're looking from, the connection between east and west?
Mr. Chair, yes, it is one of the requirements of the EA Act that we look at alternatives to the project being the widening of Leitrim. So we would look at other east-west roads through there, but only from a needs perspective and the capacity perspective. We would not continue on developing other roads if the solution points to Leitrim would be satisfying those needs. And as you will see, that Earl Armstrong is identified for widening sometime in the future in the TMP. That map above is the ultimate plan. It's not the affordable plan.
Thank you. My second question before I move to other questions is, what's the answer on throwout bridge that Mr. Blatzner was talking about in the extension of the O-train on Leitrim?
Yes.
As I see, it's going to be connecting anyway in next.
That's true, yes. Once again, the realigned Leitrim is a future long-term project past 2031. We don't have a timeline for it. Whereas the Trillium Line extension is happening now. The planning work and the design work, we're proceeding down that as part of stage 2. So the grade separation will be needed. It's probably going to last well over 10 years or more because the realigned trim timeline hasn't been determined at this point.
Okay, well, we go back to the study that was done in 2003 for Line Bank. And right now it is, how much money we wasted on that EA? Because we're not going to use it now. Is it outdated, or we're still going to be using it?
The Line Bank Road EA was primarily for the widening of Line Bank Road. So that's far from being wasted. That's been implemented. As a sideline, at the time, it was thought that looking at Leitrim Road on either side of Line Bank would be worthwhile. So that's what we did. At the time, though, we were not aware of the modifications that the airport were planning on. So we need to re-identify where the preferred corridor would be now, giving the new information. And we're also concerned about development coming in, and we want to preserve a future corridor, knowing that the existing Leitrim Road will be relocated in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more question. So, thank you for the answer, but it's still, are we still going to use the 2003 EA that we've done for Line Bank to be able to connect with Leitrim with the Leitrim? And also, are we going to consider Earl Armstrong in the EA study? I know that's what you said. I just want to confirm all these are going to be in the EA.
For efficiency, we always make use of all the analysis that have done in the past to feed into this new EA. Earl Armstrong is a separate project, and it is in our work plan to look at that once again, primarily for that red section, to look at a corridor protection, because the widening will be included, but the corridor has already been established, so it's just the right-of-way being modified. So two separate projects. One does not depend on the other in terms of alignment development.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions for staff? Councillor Moffat.
Thank you. I just have some questions on timing. I know that if, according to the 2008 TMP, I should have been driving on a 4-lane Prince of Wales to work today. That has not happened. So in looking at this and talking about Earl Armstrong and Leitrim, can I assume that this study will identify the need? Do we need to have both of them be 4 lanes? Because that seems to be a bit of an overbuild in that part of town.
Councillor, the whole network is looked at during the TMP exercise, and that was an exercise looking at the minimal requirements for roads, and we did identify that both of these facilities would be required for widening as shown there.
Really?
Because of the level of development and the growth forecasts, we can revisit. The EA is just the study to identify rights of way. We can always revisit the implementation, and we do that as part of the network planning exercise as part of the TMP review.
Right. Earl Armstrong, can I assume that Earl Armstrong is still ahead of Leitrim in terms of widening and extension?
They're both post-2031,
right.
So we would have to review that at the next update.
But at one point, Earl Armstrong was pre-2031. I take some blame for that, but nonetheless, it was pre-2031. So should it therefore not still be ahead of Leitrim?
The draft TNP in 2015,
yes, exactly.
Staff had proposed Earl Armstrong as being within the 2031 timeline, but there was a decision made at committee and council. Some projects got moved around. So I would suspect if the need was identified then, and when we do the next review, it would probably be ahead of Leitrim.
All right, thanks. And now with the other alignment, you see on the right side of that picture, that little dip in Leitrim, that EA and work, I believe, was paid for by DND because it was required by DND. What portion of this EA and proposed potential work in the future would be covered by the airport?
We are doing the EA now based on the requirement for development in the area. We want to protect the corridor. So we have gone forward. There is a part of this EA that will be looking at crossing Transport Canada lands, and the airport has already come forward and suggested that they will be responsible for looking at that and talking with Transport Canada. So their requirement is involved. They are involved in this EA, but the EA strictly for the Reline corridor, the city has taken on because we need to take it on now, where the airport doesn't actually need the identification of the right-of-way until further along. Their development plans and expansion are somewhere in the 2040 to 2050.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, can we carry this item? Carry? Thanks very much. So we're going to deal with items number 1 and 2 combined. I have some comments to make in that regard, but before I go there and before staff does its presentation, I think it would be helpful. Committee members, in fact all council members, received a motion which is being proposed as a substitute motion, if you will, to that of Councillor Brockington. I'm going to ask the Vice Chair to introduce that motion. That way I don't have to leave the chair to do it. So I'm going to ask her to introduce that motion, just read it in, and then I will make some comments, and then we will move from there into staff presentation and then delegations.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas the City of Ottawa manages multiple road safety programs that support the city's overall goal of zero serious injuries and deaths due to traffic-related incidents, including the Safer Roads Ottawa program and the temporary traffic calming program. And whereas despite the City of Ottawa's initiatives to calm traffic and reduce the speed of traffic, residents continue to identify that speeding on local streets is an ongoing problem and a significant safety issue in Ottawa. And whereas the Ottawa Police Chief has identified traffic enforcement as one of his top 3 priorities, and he has confirmed that he supports the use of technology to help keep our roads safe, including speed monitoring devices like photo radar. And whereas the World Health Organization has conducted research which indicates that slower vehicle speeds cause less injury to vulnerable road users, and whereas a number of municipalities in Ontario are considering the use of photo radar and or other technology to address speeding on local streets, and there is a benefit to Ottawa residents to adding this ability to the city's current toolkit to address traffic and speeding in our neighborhoods. And whereas, in recognition that there is value to establishing parameters for such a program that would ensure that safety on local streets, where there is less enforcement, is the priority rather than on arterials, which tend to have a higher police presence. Therefore, be it resolved that Transportation Committee recommends that City Council, through the Mayor, formally requests that the Province of Ontario allow the City of Ottawa the option of conducting a pilot project to use photo radar in school zones with the concurrence of and or at the request of the Ward Councillor. And be it further resolved that the Transportation Committee recommends that City Council, through the Mayor, formally requests that the Province of Ontario allow the City of Ottawa the option of conducting a pilot project that would reduce speed from the current default of 50 kilometers to 40 kilometers on residential streets, and would forego the current requirement for sign installation with the concurrence and or at the request of the Ward Councillor, and be it further resolved that a copy of these requests be forwarded to all local members of Provincial Parliament, and be it further resolved that should the province permit the City of Ottawa any options to conduct pilot projects for the use of photo radar and or speed reduction pilot, staff be directed to provide a report to Committee and Council with options on implementation, including the use of photo radar revenue to further road safety and traffic calming initiatives at the earliest practicable opportunity.
Thank you. I'm going to actually introduce, the Deputy Clerk has told me I can do this because it's a friendly amendment to that motion from the Chair, and it's an amendment suggested by or proposed by Mayor Watson, and it reads as follows: whereas Mayor Watson fully supports proposed actions that will lead to improved public safety for residents and families in neighborhoods throughout the city, but also wishes to ensure that the public is reassured that photo radar initiatives will not be used by municipalities as primarily a cash grab, but as an important tool in improving pedestrian and cyclist safety in neighborhoods. Therefore, be it resolved that Transportation Committee recommends that Council approve that any photo radar pilot projects in the City of Ottawa be implemented on the condition that all revenues from the program, net of implementation costs, will be directed to a special account dedicated exclusively to funding road safety initiatives, and that the province be requested to ensure that municipalities are provided with all the necessary authority to permit this use. So that's a friendly amendment that, as the mover of the initial motion, I have no issue with as well, at all, and I welcome it. I'm just going to make a few comments before we... Yes?
Just a question to clarify one of the resolutions. The second resolution, it says that we formally ask for the option of conducting a pilot project that could be used if or when a councillor wanted it to. There's a lot of sort of either do we want it or not. Are we asking to lower the speed limit in every single residential area from 50 to 40, or are we not asking that? Because it's really kind of convoluted the way you've put it here.
What we're asking for, Councillor Moff, is we're asking for a pilot in that regard. This is what we're trying to do is create as many tools as possible in the toolbox for councillors to use. In some areas, a reduction to 50 to 40 is exactly what the community wants, and something that they think will work. In others, there'll be no traction for that. So it's worded that way. So the intent of it is that the province gives the city authority to run the pilot project, and then whichever councillors say, I would like to have it in my ward, and I'd like to have it at this particular set of streets or this particular community. With that ward councillor's concurrence, that's something that will happen. I can tell you already that I've heard from some ward councillors that have said, even before we know we have authority, have said, sign me up. For example, Councillor Leeper has signed me up. That's something people in my ward would like to see. That's something I'd like to be part of.
It's funny you said sign me up, because there's actually going to be no signs. So what I don't understand, I guess, is that if I'm in one community and it's a default 50 with no signs, and I go to another community where it's a default 40 with no signs, and that community happens to have a photo radar set up, how the hell do I know what the speed limit is in which community if we have no signs? I mean, I understand why we're asking for two different standards in one city, and we don't actually have signs to tell you what the speed limit is in that community, because right there in the motion it says forego the requirement for sign installation.
Well, it's actually, okay, it's, staff will speak to it later on, but that's perhaps we can play with that wording a little bit. It's not to forego any form of signage, it's what's called gateway signing. So you will have a gateway, you'll have a large sign as you enter into a community saying this particular community, the speed limit is whatever. And so there will be signage, and that will be, as Phil can correct me if I'm wrong, but that will be at all the access points into that community.
All right. That should be clarified then, because that's not what the motion
says. Okay, so maybe the clerk's office can work a little bit on wordsmithing that, but there will be signage, and that everybody will know.
Thanks.
But thank you for that. It's good that we get that clarified. So, again, before we run into or go into the presentation, I just wanted to say a few things to sort of put some context around this. So I think the best way to describe today's meeting, it's a meeting about agreement and disagreement. And it's about diversification, and most of all, it's about our resident safety. Everyone agrees that speeding was an issue in the city, all over the city, every ward. You ask any councillor, they're going to tell you that one of the main, if not the main question or concern that get raised by residents is speeding. Where we disagree, however, is how do we address it? How do we fix that problem? This committee has worked on a number of initiatives to traffic calm, from the Complete Streets policy to the $40,000 traffic calming fund that each of us have and are implementing throughout the city. Residents are still interested in more options, though, as are councillors. Councillor Brockington has posed the photo radar question, and while I had some concerns about it going straight to council, the question is well worth discussing. And I thank him for doing that. I thank him for raising the issue so we can have a citywide discussion around there. I also at this point want to thank my Vice Chair for her support over the last couple of weeks in working with myself and with stakeholders to come together with what we think is a motion that addresses many of the concerns that people have raised through their input over the last couple of weeks. The move to committee from council has allowed for this robust exchange of ideas and a welcome opportunity for the community to weigh in on this issue, and I think at last count we have 15 or 16 delegations here today. So I thank the people who are here and are here to speak to it, and I thank everybody who couldn't be here but has submitted emails or phone calls or presentations by way of attachment and letters of support. So I thank everybody for what they've done. Councillor Brockington, you certainly put your finger on a hot button, and that's good. It's brought out a lot of good community discussion and input. And the response has been quite diverse in terms of what we have been faced with and what people see as the good, the bad, and the ugly around this issue. In addition to hearing from the public, I've been working with the Mayor's office, and many of you will have seen his note or memo of support sent out this morning, as well as his amending motion. So he is fully on board for both of these pilots. Another important player in this is been having discussions over the last couple of weeks with MPP Yasser Naqvi, and we've had some very good exchanges on this, some very good discussions, and he is a booster, and has made that clear to me that he will do whatever he can if we pass this at committee and council to make this a reality for Ottawa. So I thank him for that. In the discussions we've had, though, as I say, there have been a number of issues raised, a number of concerns raised, again, about what's good, what's bad about this. So this motion is an attempt to respond to those things, and is it a perfect motion? No, it's not a perfect motion, and if we waited for a perfect motion, we would never get anything done at this committee or at council. But I think it's an honest shot, an attempt at addressing the need that people have expressed, the concerns that people have brought to our attention. And so that was necessary, I think, because Ontario certainly has a history with photo radar, for those of us who are old enough to remember, and it didn't particularly end well on its last visit to the province. So if this is going to happen, we want to have it happen in a reasonable way, we want to in a substantive way, and in a way that we can collect data and feedback as we introduce it to see what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. But what I also heard, which was universal, again, going back to the initial theme that I presented, is that speed is the universal concern, and it needs to be addressed. The real issue is a difference of opinion in how we address that. So, in short, what I had indicated to Councillor Moffat, what this motion attempts to do is to make our toolbox a little bit bigger. If photo radar isn't something that your community particularly is interested in or wants around school zones, and I address this to my council colleagues, that's fine. We're not forcing anybody to do it, but we're opening that box so it's an option for any councillor, any area in the city to have that. The same with the speed reduction. If that's something that your area is not interested in, you don't have to do it. But there are other areas in the city that are interested. The Vice Chair has been working with staff for some time now to come up with a speed reduction pilot in her area. As I said, Councillor Leeper, we spoke yesterday, he's excited and interested already to be on that list. So I would ask my council and committee colleagues to take into account that this is a city issue. This is a citywide concern. And the more tools we can put in that box, the more options that we can give all of our council colleagues to address this problem. As I say, one size does not fit all. And that's the approach that I took and this committee took with the Complete Streets program, for example. We wanted to make what could go into that Complete Streets toolbox as big and as broad as possible. Because a complete street in George DeRuse's ward is not a complete street in Councillor Leeper's ward. So we wanted to give that flexibility, and these pilot motions do that as well. We're saying you don't have to do it, it's open to you to do it, we'll work with you to make it happen if that's something that your community is asking for. So when you're voting for it, you're voting for it from a citywide perspective. You're giving everybody the option to address speed. And again, in some words, it may be photo radar. In other words, it may be speed reduction. In some words, it may be both. In others, some may say, I've got my $40,000 fund, we're doing good work with it, we're doing good work with it, and we want to continue to work within those parameters. But it just adds another piece to the puzzle as to how we can address speeding. In addition, as I said, to the Mayor's support and MPP Naqvi's support, there's broad support from stakeholders. We have heard from community associations throughout the city. We have heard from interest groups like Citizens for Safe Cycling, for example. We know from our own health board who have dealt with this issue by way of report in previous years that they've identified speed as an issue, and they've identified, and it's referenced in the report, the potential positive impact of reducing speeds and what that can do in terms of an accident and the effect of an accident on an individual. We have OPS is also supportive of these initiatives. So our civic partners, our provincial partners are all on board to do something. And most importantly, our residents are. Our residents are clearly saying, we're fed up with speeding, we want it addressed. We appreciate what you're doing, we would like you to do more. We would like you to put more tools in our hands to address this problem in our communities. Equally, we've heard from some people who have no interest in either of these initiatives, and they're residents too, and it's important that their concerns be taken into account, which is why we're opting for a pilot approach, so we can go at this in a gradual, reasoned way. We can collect data, we can, as I said earlier, we can see what works and what doesn't work, and we can make more informed decisions going down the road as to whether we expand it, retract it, do away with it, whatever. But this will give us the opportunity. We can't make decisions without data. And these pilots, with the support of the provincial government, if we can have it, and it sounds like we have a champion at Queen's Park in this regard, that we can collect that data, make informed decisions, and hopefully go forward and make that toolbox even bigger and bigger. So I would ask all committee members to keep that in mind as we hear the presentation from staff, keep it in mind as we hear from our residents and the various groups that are here. And I'm now going to turn it over to Phil Landry, who's going to lead the presentation. And again, I would ask you to hold questions for staff until we've heard from the various delegations. Thank you very much, Phil.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Eagley and members of Council. So I'm pleased to be here today to provide an update and information report on the use of photo radar in Canadian municipalities. Before I start, just acknowledge that Rob Wilkinson, coordinator of Safe Roads Ottawa, is here beside me. We also have Superintendent Scott Nystead, who's just sitting in the back and will come once we have the question and answer period, who's here to answer any questions from that perspective. And I just want to acknowledge and thank my staff in traffic services who helped write and collect the data for this report in the way that they did. So in terms of a background to get to where we are today, there was a motion from Council in March to petition the province for the use of photo radar, and that was referred to Transportation Committee. At Council, Chair Eagley requested that staff prepare an information report on the use of photo radar in Canadian municipalities. Today, photo radar is not currently legislated in Ontario. And on a side note, both in 2006 and 2009, the city had petitioned the province to allow the use of photo radar on City of Ottawa streets, and both those times those requests were denied. So in terms of the review, we contacted the jurisdictions in Canada who use photo radar. There's two types that are being used. There's the intersection safety cameras, and they're used at high collision locations, as well as a history of serious collisions or fatal collisions. They're also used in conjunction with the red light cameras. We also have the mobile cameras. They're used in school zones, playgrounds, construction zones. So we start with Calgary. Their program began in 2001, and it's managed by the Calgary Police Force. They have 51 fixed intersections and 10 mobile units. In Edmonton, the program began in 2003, and it was run under the Edmonton Police. In 2012, they decided to manage it out of the Office of Traffic Safety. They have 50 intersection safety cameras. Again, those are both red light and speed on green cameras, as well as 14 mobile units. In Winnipeg, the program started in 2003 and is managed by the Winnipeg Police. They have 33 fixed cameras rotated between 50 locations and 10 mobile units that work from 7 in the morning until 9 in the evening. The province of Quebec began in 2009. They have 50 permanent locations across the province, and they now have 2 mobile units, which is currently operating as a pilot in the city of Gatineau, and they rotate those between 21 locations. And these 2 cameras are managed by the city of Gatineau Police. Our research indicates the data that there is a reduction of collisions at locations where cameras are installed, and this is in line with the numerous studies that have been done throughout the world where places where photo radar is in place. There's also increased compliance to posted speed limits. For example, in Quebec, what the data shows is that where photo radar is used, the compliance went from 40% to 85%. And again, from a safety perspective, these are important numbers because the more you can have people comply to the speed limit, studies show that the less likelihood of collisions to occur. The other note of importance is that locations are signed indicating where the photo radar sites. So there's signs out in the field, as well as on the different municipalities have websites which indicate where the locations are. So it's well known by all residents where these things are. And this is similar to what we do here in Ottawa with the red light camera program. We have signs at all our intersections, and we do post that information up on the web. In terms of best practices, what we found was that there's a need for a development of criteria for site selections and also regular evaluation of the program. Some have used third parties to undertake the evaluation. The evaluation criteria include one or more of the following items: high collision locations, history of vehicular speeding, school zones, construction zones near playgrounds, as well as unsafe locations for traditional enforcement. A significant portion of the revenue generated is reinvested in road safety initiatives such as traffic calming measures, infrastructure, both new and existing, education awareness campaigns, or additional enforcement as examples. Based on studies conducted, it is imperative to educate residents. This should include pre- and post-surveys, being fully transparent with enforcement locations, installing signage, launch education campaigns, and present statistical analysis of the program. So in terms of, for photo radar to be introduced here in the City of Ottawa, we would have to have the regulations changed by the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario. If granted, a pilot would be feasible to allow the evaluation of different technologies and to evaluate the effectiveness of the programs. We would expect that it would take about a year after the province allows us to use photo radar. The work required prior to the implementation would include bringing forward a report back to committee on the use and options to implement photo radar in Ottawa, developing a procurement strategy. So, for example, do we go alone or do we work with other jurisdictions, similar to what we've done with the red light camera program? We'd also need to procure the device, develop an awareness program, all these things prior to the launch. Again, this would all be laid out in a report to committee and council at a time in the future. So just in conclusion, I just want to wrap things up in terms of the road safety issues that we always also have in the city. And as Councillor Eagle mentioned, this is just another tool in the toolbox that will be able to be used to help with dealing with the concerns of residents that we hear on a daily basis in terms of speed. It's important to note that staff view the additional automated speed enforcement as an additional tool towards meeting the goal of the city-approved Safer Roads Ottawa program, which is towards zero fatalities and injuries on our roads. In Ottawa, we have many road safety initiatives, which include, through the terms of council priorities, the Cycling Safety Improvement Program, where we look at 10 intersections a year and enhance those intersections to improve safety for cyclists. We also have the Traffic, Pedestrian, and Road Safety Enhancements Program, where funding is available to augment the number of audible signals, pedestrian countdown signals, funds for Pedestrian Safety Evaluation Program, the Temporary Traffic Calming Program, as well for Safe Roads Ottawa. There's also funds for the expansion of the red light camera program by 20 locations by the end of 2018. We also have the Adult Crossing Guard program, where we have 175 crossing guards throughout the city, and the Safety Improvement Program, which is engineering improvements at high collision locations. So in conclusion, our review of other Canadian jurisdictions where photo radar is used indicates there's reductions in collisions and injuries, increased compliance to posted speed limits, and the reinvestment of the revenues into road safety initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so, as I said, we're going to hold questions for staff until we go through the delegations. So we have a few, so staff may want to go back to their regular seats for now. The first delegation is Dr. Gerald Halpern. Is Dr. Halpern in the room? And following Dr. Halpern will be Michael Powell. Good morning, sir. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Thank you for coming down. You need to press the button. There you go.
Well,
Sir, you were saying?
I'm not quite a delegation. I'm a single individual citizen.
No, I appreciate it. It's just a term of art that we use down here when somebody presents.
But I'd like to tell you a little bit about my citizenship in Ottawa. My wife and I have lived here in Ottawa since 1967. And I say that because we chose to come here. We selected it back in 67 over Princeton, New Jersey, Bethesda, Maryland, and even Toronto. We chose Ottawa because we assessed it as being both safe and as having good communities for us and for our two daughters. In our 52 years of living in Ottawa, we've lived in Centrepoint, Beacon Hill North, the Golden Triangle, and now McKellar Heights. My doctorate is in research psychology, and it dates from 1964. I say that to point out that I have a very long history of knowledge of research and the assessment of research findings. The paper that I gave to you as counselors has 4 pages of research. I am not going to review it. Your staff has already presented a very nice review of the research. In just a very brief fashion, the research is very clear that putting observation devices in place and making it known that the observation device is there does change driving behavior. The behavior changes from more dangerous to less dangerous. And by driving behavior, I mean the full range: speeding, running red lights, tailgating, weaving in and out of traffic, and failing to yield the right of way, among others. The list is unfortunately too long. And I do want the City of Ottawa to use cameras and radar and any other means available to enforce safe driving. Because the detection of dangerous driving behavior is, in my view, not a money grab. It simply makes possible the imposition of a penalty for breaking the law. If a car runs a red light, or if it grossly exceeds the speed limit, or if it is driven dangerously, there should be a penalty, such as a fine, and/or points, and/or an insurance change. If the penalty involves the payment of a fine, that is a penalty. It's not a cash grab. There's an additional issue as to what you do with the penalty, with the cost of the penalty, and that's, of course, you've already dealt with that, I think, in your motion. Notice that I've been referring to the car and not to the driver, and that's because the person who owns the car is the one who should be held responsible for the behavior of the vehicle. If the owner can show that another person was driving the vehicle at the time of the infraction, then place the penalty on that person. If the owner cannot show that another person was driving the vehicle, then place the responsibility with the owner. I do believe that the City of Ottawa has an obligation to continue in the direction that it's taking, and that is to use efficient programs to keep our roads safe, to prevent the violation of traffic laws. And allow me to define efficiency, if I may. First, you devise a program that will give maximal effectiveness, and then you find less expensive ways to achieve the same level of effectiveness. Perhaps posting a police officer at a location is the most effective means of traffic enforcement. If you can achieve the same results with the use of technology, such as photo radar, then we will have increased efficiency. And I appreciate you doing studies, and I don't think you need this offer, but if you want me to do any work on that study design, I offer my services on a pro bono basis. It is the responsibility of the City of Ottawa and of the Province of Ontario to develop and implement policy that supports the safety of us, the citizens. Because our safety is improved by the use of equipment that captures the occurrence of dangerous driving, I fully support the motion that Ottawa City Council formally request the Province of Ontario to allow municipalities the option of using photo radar on local streets. I support this motion.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the offer of pro bono assistance on the study. Are there any questions at all? Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Dr. Halpern, and thank you as well for the generous offer that you've made. When you spoke about the reduction in dangerous driving behaviors, etc., what is the ultimate outcome for your neighborhood that you would expect to see if we implement photo radar? How will it be safer? How will it feel different? How will you have a better quality of life in McKellar Heights?
I live on a street that's not a main street, and I've seen people driving down my street at 80 kilometers an hour. I believe that's automatically a dangerous situation, especially since we have no sidewalks, and we have children, and many of us like to bicycle.
Thank you, Mr. Halpern. Thank you, Dr. Halpern. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions for the delegation? Okay, thank you very much for coming down, sir. And next is Michael Powell, and Michael will be followed by Heather Shearer on behalf of Citizens for Safe Cycling. Morning, Mr. Powell. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes. And we're just setting you up right now. There you go.
That's great. Thank you so much for having me here today. I am one of the folks that are behind SafeStreetsOttawa.ca, which, as some of you know, actually all of you know, is a petition and email tool for residents to express their support for this motion. We launched in the lead up to council in March, and obviously extended things through to here in May. More than 800 signatures have been received from people across the city in every ward, and we've also received support from community groups across the city, be it community associations or citywide stakeholder groups like Citizens for Safe Cycling. I'll be talking a lot about what the fuss with photo radar is, and also from a community perspective about what we're looking for and how we want to, and how I want to see my neighborhood improved in terms of speed enforcement. But first, what's the fuss with photo radar? And it's reasonable, I think, that people are going to be annoyed at photo radar because the effect of it is that they get more tickets when they speed. But we should be looking at that as a feature, not a fault. That's supposed to be what happens when people receive a ticket for doing something they're not supposed to do. The fine associated with a speeding ticket is the thing that discourages the bad or dangerous behavior. And that's actually what we see with all sorts of other things that we have in the city. As an example, more tickets means a higher risk of enforcement and less bad behavior. And we see that with things like parking tickets, paying for the bus, where there's an assumption that if we don't ticket people, then people aren't going to pay the meter or whatever, they'll park in the wrong spot. And what happens when there's a certainty to it, people actually do those things. And the difference between a parking ticket and a speeding ticket is that there's obviously a meaningful public safety hazard with speeding, and we want to see that improved. So why should we be concerned about speeding? I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this. I'm unlike the last speaker, I'm not a research scientist, and I'm not going to go in deeper than what's in the staff report. But this is a graphic that just shows what happens at different speeds if someone, if a child steps into the street when a car is approaching. And basically what you can see is as people are going faster, there is less response time for someone, for a motorist to stop, to notice and stop, and that affects the speed of the collision. And as you can see, as you get higher, the effective speed of when you hit someone increases, and so too does the risk of a fatality. And as we work towards reducing the number of fatalities in the city from motor vehicle accidents, that's something we want to work towards. And does it work? And I think if we look to other jurisdictions, and the staff report speaks to this is a graphic from Edmonton, that year over year, every jurisdiction that's had photo radar, or that has photo radar, has seen improvements on reductions in collision, reductions in speed. That this is a tool that works. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're not, I know we'll be piloting in Ottawa, but very much using a proven and existing technique to see how things work. So let's talk about brass tacks. What does this mean for our neighborhoods? I live in Chinatown, Little Italy. I'm president of the confusingly named Dalhousie Community Association. I'm going to talk about two areas in my area, and I think you can probably find examples from anywhere where you represent. So let's talk about Booth and Gladstone. This is Booth looking north. You can see in the upper right is a school. That's also where our daycare is. It's an elementary school. On the upper left of the intersection is another daycare. On the lower left is a park with a splash pad, and just below that an extensive residential neighborhood in Rochester Heights, and to the lower right is a church. So this is pretty much all the sort of risk factors that you may want, that you may see in these sorts of neighborhoods. Booth and Gladstone is a 40-kilometer-an-hour zone. As I said, lots of the things that we want to protect in terms of high-risk areas of speeding. We had a speed board up in 2012 which measured incidents over a 3-day period. What did we find? 56% of vehicles were over the speed limit. 15% of those vehicles were traveling more than 25% of the speed limit. You might hear other people talk about the 85th percentile. Already that's above the speed limit, but the top 15% were going 25% faster than they're allowed. And finally, about more than 5% were going 55 kilometers an hour or more. That's 140% of the speed limit. The conclusion I think we can draw from this is that even the most lenient of speed enforcement improves safety. That if you said it, I know there's going to be lots of conversation about how we do things, but there is a real and tangible example in this neighborhood about how you can make things better. And why not just school zones, though? This is Primrose Park. This is just a few blocks north. As you can see, there's a park on the left, houses on the right. It's a major cut-through as people look to avoid the traffic on Preston and Albert Street. Lots of cut-through traffic. And the same reasons that apply to school zones apply to public parks. That if you are worried about kids or small children that are stepping off the sidewalk into traffic, particularly when they think it's safe and people are speeding through, if you have a big green space and a play structure, albeit no school, then all the same risk factors apply. If you look at the staff report, Winnipeg actually includes playground zones in these considerations. And I think the key as you figure out how you do this pilot is to make sure that the Ottawa Police have the flexibility to determine the locations that work best to meet local needs. I talk a lot about Chinatown, Little Italy. This is a map of where the safe slow down signs have been put.
Michael, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Oh, yeah, okay. It works. Spend the money on whatever you want. Thanks. I'm interested in safety. You guys can figure out the cash. You can burn it if you want, but Safer Roads Ottawa seems like a good idea to me.
That was one of the more unique sign-offs that we had, but thank you for that. Are there any questions for the delegation? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. And next, as I say, is Heather Shear on behalf of Citizens for Safe Cycling, and Heather will be followed by Charles Ackben-Marchand. Morning, Heather. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Brockington for bringing this motion forward. It's something you can really be proud of. I'm glad we're having this conversation. It reminds me actually a lot of the motion that Councillor Blais brought forward in 2014 to introduce stop sign cameras to school buses. That was another example of using technology to improve public safety, and I hope that we can support this motion with the same enthusiasm that we supported that one back in 2014. So I'm here today representing Citizens for Safe Cycling. We've got about 300 members of cyclists around Ottawa. We're a volunteer-based organization. And I just wanted to say a little bit about the importance of speeding for cyclists, just because we tend to try to stick to quieter streets, residential areas. No one enjoys riding on Green Bank necessarily. It's a pretty busy arterial. So that's where speed cameras can really help to calm down that environment where we like to ride our bikes. And you know, when you're on a bicycle, you really notice speeding. It's, there's nothing protecting you from that vehicle traveling past you really quickly. So I certainly appreciate that we're talking about the motion today. I'm not going to talk too much about the safety. I think that's going to be very well covered by others. I'll try to raise a couple of points maybe that others won't. One thing near and dear to my heart is the data. So I am really appreciative that this is a pilot that's going to look at whether speed cameras work in Ottawa. I think data is very important for making informed decisions. Something that's been bothering me a little bit is around this conversation is an example I've heard a lot is that Ottawa has a similar collision rate to Edmonton. And that really bothers me. My job is actually in risk management, science-based risk assessment, so statistics is something I'm dealing with every day. And I hear often people saying, you can make statistics say anything. And I hate to admit it, but it's actually true. You can make statistics say anything, but you can also make words say anything. I could tell you that my hair is naturally blue. It's up to you as the listener to evaluate whether what I'm saying is believable. And it's the same with statistics. Just like words, you need to look at what's being presented to you and think about, is that reasonable? Does it make sense? And in the case of the Edmonton-Ottawa comparison, I'd say that it's really not the best comparison you could make. It's an apples and oranges comparison. Edmonton is not Ottawa. Edmonton is a different city. It has a different mix of roads. It has a different mix of users, demographics, different weather, different snow clearing. It's a different place. But what is Edmonton is Edmonton. So you can look at the effect of photo radar in Edmonton before photo radar and after, and that's a better statistical comparison. I'd also point out if the Edmonton example was valid, you could make that comparison with Ottawa's collision rate in any city. Why are we just choosing Edmonton? We know that there are other cities that have photo radar. Choosing only Edmonton is cherry-picking the data, so you have to watch for that as well. So I would just like to point that out as something that bothers me as someone who enjoys statistics, that they should be used appropriately. And I think that I'm really glad we're seeing that in Ottawa. We're going to have a look at how it affects our city. So I think that's a great thing if we go forward with this motion. And just another aspect of safety, the second point I'd like to make. We're hearing a lot about the physical safety environment, but safety is more than a physical thing. It's also perception. Everyone deserves to feel safe on the street. And it's more than just the rate of collisions. It's just how you feel when you're out there walking on the sidewalk or riding your bicycle, letting your kids go to school. It's, does the street environment feel safe to you? And I think that's a really important aspect of a livable city, is one where we have a culture of safety and not a culture of me first. Speeding is actually a very selfish thing to do. When someone chooses to speed, they're putting their convenience ahead of everyone else's comfort and safety. And frankly, that's really rude. And I'd like to see that changed, especially in our neighborhoods. I'd like to see a more livable street environment. So it's up to you. You have an opportunity here to say yes to a more livable city, to a safer environment, and you can help keep us moving closer to our goal of 0 fatalities and serious injuries on our roads. And that's not an abstract thing. If you look at those numbers in the staff report, there are real people, actual real people out there in Calgary, Edmonton, and Winnipeg who are still with us today who might not be had those cities not implemented photo radar. And you have the opportunity to do that here in Ottawa as well. You can turn something that might have been those few microseconds of difference between a collision and an adrenaline-pounding near miss, and someone can get to go home and go on with their life. So I really hope that councillors here today can support this motion and feel proud of doing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to pick up with what you were mentioning about statistics and how they could tell any story, especially if you cherry pick your story, of course, or if you decide to tell one story. So I just want to ask if you, because it is something that you're interested in, are you aware of the Cochrane report that was used for this report, that is actually a very rigorous analysis of broad-based research? It used randomized control trials, and it looked across a variety of measures and came up with the conclusions that we are coming up with in this report today as well. So I just wanted to point that out, that we do have a rigorous analysis. We don't have to just look at random cities and what's happened there, but it is actually quite evident, and that lowering speeds and photo radar from this report actually does reduce fatalities and serious injury.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I am aware of that report. I just wanted to point out the Edmonton example because it's been used maybe as a way to try to bring the argument that photo radar doesn't work, but there's so much evidence. The weight of evidence shows that it does work. Yeah.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Leeper has a question.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Chair, for the presentation. I'm in whole agreement clearly with it. I just wanted to ask about the effect on what we might expect in terms of higher numbers of people cycling to work, higher numbers of people cycling to shop. If we were able to get the speeds down to what the legal limits were. I'm looking at streets like Scott Street, streets that are 50 kilometers per hour, but on which people regularly travel, 70 kilometers, occasionally 80 kilometers per hour. What would be the impact, do you feel, with respect to boosting some of those more sustainable transport modes like cycling, if we were able to get speeds down to what they're supposed to be?
Well, I think that can only be a helpful thing. We know from our own city report on transportation modes that about 60% of the residents say that they would cycle more often, but they're waiting for a better culture of safety. They don't feel safe on the streets. So anything you can do to help make people feel more comfortable using the roads, especially those kinds of collector roads that tend to get abused, it's going to be a good thing. And the more, also there's a safety number effect with people walking and cycling. The more people you have out there walking and cycling, the more aware drivers will be of that, and it tends to just have an overall calming effect. So it's going to be a positive feedback loop. If you can get that culture of safety started, I think it's going to be a very positive thing.
And I think you would agree that it's not just some of those big roads like Scott Street. I'm thinking in Kitchissippi ward of a street or in Councillor McKenney's ward like Gladstone Avenue, where speeds are regularly 60, 70 kilometers per hour, and cyclists have no choice but to use those roads if they're going to commute and get from point A to point B. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Don't go away yet. Councillor Kakish's question.
Thank you, Chair, and I think you answered my question or touched upon it in your response, Councillor Leaper. But so, are you suggesting that you'd like to see the radar on all roads, whether they're local or they're bigger roads, or do you think they would be more effective in, let's say, a riverside versus a local residential road? Where do you see them working best or most effective in your mind?
Yeah. Well, for one, of course, no one cycles on the 417. That's not something we're at all concerned about. But yeah, I think there are certainly roads where it's more important that we would have that option than others, but I think that will be up to the wisdom of council and the police service to determine. In my personal neighborhood, I can think of one example. It's Knoxdale, which is a 40-kilometer-an-hour zone, goes past a school, but it's really wide. It's one of those 1960s-style streets that has ample parking, and it's a great cut-through for Hunt Club. And I think that would be the perfect kind of street where you might want to have photo radar to catch those cut-through drivers who are going way too fast, or you know, yeah, definitely. And it's the only way through the neighborhood, I think, too, for a lot of people.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Much. Are there any other questions for the delegation? Okay, thank you very much, Heather. And next is Charles Akban Marchand, and Charles will be followed by Kevin O'Donnell. Charles, I think you know the rules, so welcome, and you have your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As many people know, I am former president of Centertown Citizens Community Association, and prior to that, for 3 years, I was president of Citizens for Safe Cycling. I'm here speaking on my own behalf. In 2010 and 2011, I worked through the Centertown Citizens Community Association, the Dalhousie Community Association, and with former Councillor Holmes and the Centertown Citizens Ottawa Corporation on an initiative called Rescue Bronson Avenue. With the imminent, at the time, reconstruction of Bronson Avenue, we were concerned about the speeds, the traffic volumes, and the traffic behavior on Bronson Avenue north of the Queensway, because it was an opportunity with the reconstruction to rebuild it, to make it better, and to make it safer. One of the things that we heard a lot during this campaign was that people were afraid to let their children cross Bronson Avenue. This road divides our community. It has a traffic volume of anywhere between 15,000 to 25,000 vehicles a day, most of which are going through the neighborhood and not actually going into or from our neighborhood. Traditional enforcement of a street with this level of traffic volume is virtually impossible, because you can give out 1,000 tickets and there's still 19,000 more vehicles going right behind them who aren't affected by those tickets. The main concern here isn't with whether photo radar is or isn't the best solution for speeding. The problem is, I got these stats from Councillor Kadri's website. Between 2010 and 2014, there were 15,762 collisions, resulting in 4,238 injuries and 74 fatalities related to speeding. This is a real problem. We know from those statistics, we don't necessarily have stats on speeding itself, because they aren't reflected in collision statistics. But we do know that whenever there is a collision, there is a personal cost to the victims, and there is a cost to the city as well in terms of fire and police and paramedic response. The city issues about 50,000 tickets a year for speeding through traditional enforcement. And we know that this does not work because speeding still exists. We have seen that, but we have seen in other jurisdictions through the report provided by staff and through the other delegations, Dr. Halpern's research has shown that when it is posted, that there is photo radar, it does work. I was actually driving for a number of hundreds of kilometers this past week through Ottawa and elsewhere, and I caught myself missing a red light. However, luckily I was going slowly enough that I was able to stop before the stop line. When people know that there is photo radar in a neighborhood, they will be paying more attention to the signs on the side of the road. They will be paying attention more to the lights. I live on Gladstone Avenue, and 2 houses from me is one of those bright yellow school zone signs. I didn't notice that sign until after 2 years of living there. Because the signs don't really have much of an impact. It's a school zone, it's 40 kilometers an hour. If I could live there for 2 years without seeing that, how many people are driving through my neighborhood without seeing that? The city does have a number of initiatives through the Strategic Initiative number 15, Traffic, Pedestrian, and Road Safety Enhancements. We have red light cameras. We have temporary traffic calming measures. And we have the pedestrian and cycling infrastructure that is very good at encouraging more people to cycle and walk. However, there's only so much you can accomplish to increase road safety by moving cyclists and pedestrians off of the roads. We still have to cross roads, we still have to ride on many roads, and a lot of people are afraid to do that because of the speeding. Council sets the speed limits on many roads, and Council has a responsibility to ensure that those speed limits are enforced, otherwise they are meaningless. If you're not comfortable with the statistics, this is exactly why we need to do a pilot project. Maybe it will work in other cities, maybe it doesn't, but we want to see if it works here. However, I would suggest that the Transportation Committee and Council not restrict our request to the province to a pilot project, but leave that for the implementation stage, so that ask for the permission to have a photo radar, and then when the province grants it, then have a pilot project, and that will allow us to move ahead more quickly without having to worry about the red tape of asking the province again for a full photo radar program. That is, I believe I'm almost out of time there, but that's all about I have to say. Gatineau has it, and I support the motions, particularly the reduction in the speed zone, 40-kilometer zones.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions for the delegation? Okay, seeing none. Our next speaker is Kevin O'Donnell, and Kevin is followed by Ward, I hope I get this right, Ward Van Wire from the Traffic Injury Research Foundation. Morning, Kevin. I know you know the rules. You have 5 minutes. Thanks very much.
Now read? Okay. I do want to thank you, Chair, for holding my partner, Michael, to the 5-minute limit. I know we have a limit here, and I'm very glad it was respected right tight to the limit, and not let gone on over. Maybe perhaps 10 or 15% is okay, the 5-minute limit, and I'll respect it as well. All the previous speakers...
Just ate up 15 seconds, just so you know.
Okay, I just ate it up. Now I'm going to speed up. All the previous speakers and the staff report have spoke very well to the facts and the figures and the evidence, so I'm not going to touch on that. I'm going to tell 2 personal stories and just go right that. The first story is when I played minor league hockey in the early 80s, and we took a trip to Montreal with the team. I rode in the back of my teammate's dad's van without a seatbelt. There was no seats, and we had a glorious time setting up the suitcases as horses and trying to stay on them as we went to Montreal. It was fantastic, and today that would probably be a call to Children's Aid and a horrible situation. And that's because the safety culture from the early 80s has moved on. We recognize that not putting your kids in seatbelts is negligence and terrible, and we don't stand for it, and no one does. No one defends it. No one certainly has ever called ticketing for not putting your kids in seatbelts a cash grab. I think that would get no attention at all. Speeding, in my view, is where we are, where seatbelts were 40, 30 years ago. I'm just old enough to remember not having a seatbelt on. I think parents today, having their first car would hear these stories and go, really? Like, I was never not in a seatbelt. I'm 30, I don't ever remember that because I was just old enough to catch the tail end of that. And I think that's where speeding is today. In 10, 20, 15 years, the people around this table and whatever the conversation is then about safety, maybe someone will bring up this analogy. Like, remember back in the day when you just got to speed at 70 in a 40 school zone or park zone or a residential street? Like, oh my God, I can't believe, what were they thinking? So I really hope that this committee today, City Council as a whole, the provincial government, when it comes to them to pass the regulation or whatever it needs doing, sits on the right side of history. And I'll thank you today if you take that step. The second story, and I'll just touch on one of the opposition points that I heard a lot over the last little while over Twitter from people saying, like, oh, photo radar, it's not going to work. And one of the things I kept hearing was it's not going to work because it tickets the car, not the driver. And that's true, it takes the car, not the driver, which is how we do tickets for passing a school bus with its lights on. That ticket goes to the car, and then probably the driver was the owner of the car anyway, and they have to pay the ticket, or it's their spouse. Anyway, that gets sorted out. We don't really think of that as a problem, but it's a common argument against photo radar. So I'll just tell my second story, which will roll forward now to 1996, 1997, when I got my 365, as it was known, and got to immediately tool around the city with my teenage friends who were slightly older and already had their full license. And let me tell you, if photo radar existed then, I would have immediately done very much less speeding, as we know late teenage boys are known to do. I'm ashamed of how I behaved, but I got it to get away with it because I never got caught, because I never got caught by a uniformed officer in a car being paid a very healthy salary at cost to property taxes, and we just couldn't have them on every block. What would have happened is my dad would have got the ticket in the mail days later, and that would have been the end of my speeding and possibly the end of my driving until I wanted to pay the money to get my own damn car. So that's the end of that argument. If people think it's not going to work, they're wrong, and they're just wishing because they want to speed and they have some fictitious desire that's a good reason. Photo radar is going to work. We know it from the evidence. We're going to find that out from the pilot, and I hope ultimately Council is going to really move the benchmark forward on the safety culture so that, I really went fast. I hope it was still audible. I have an extra minute, so I'll tell one more story. What it's going to mean for me in the direct near future. I just moved to Byron Avenue, just near the end of the ward in Kitchissippi, and the speeds are actually pretty reasonable. People seem to be keeping to 50, but what really affects me is that one driver who I can just, when I'm in my bedroom, I can see the road, but I'm not always looking out the window. I do like to watch Ottawa, but not that obsessively. And one of the things I hear is that one car out of 200 that you can just hear it wind up at Woodruff, and you can hear it go vroom, right by. And my kids weren't outside that day, so they weren't at risk at that moment, but it stays in my mind. There's that one person out there somewhere always who's going to just blow that limit. And that's what photo radar can really help with, is to catch them. So thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, Kevin, and I've always appreciated the work that you and I have done around safety in Kitchissippi as well. One of the things I wanted to ask you, though, is about your perception of the impact of speeding, particularly in school zones. Mm-hmm. You drop your daughter off or cycle to school. What is the impact of speeding in school zones, and is photo radar likely to be helpful in addressing that impact?
I think photo radar is going to be helpful in any area when drivers are conditioned to know that they're going to get caught if they do it. So if we start with school zones, then that's going to be really easy to educate drivers through the tickets they're going to start getting, that if they speed in school zones, they're going to get a ticket, and then that's going to have, people are going to behave appropriately. Restaurant owners, if they leave the till open and every day there's less money in it the next morning because someone took some money from the till, they're going to change their behavior and start to lock the till. That's just the way humans exist. We know about risk and we adapt. So in my particular case, at Churchill Alternative, speeding isn't too much of an issue because Churchill is a complete street now, which is great. That's the way to do it ultimately, but we can't rebuild every street in Ottawa overnight. For me, it's turning restrictions and people just completely ignoring you're not allowed to turn between these hours. So, the next argument maybe for me is to say, like, safety cameras, can they just automate the tickets for illegally turning left at a stop sign when you're not allowed to at a particular time? That'd be great. And then I wouldn't have to ever stand in the street and wave people down and say, by the way, that was an illegal turn you just did, and so on. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair.
I think, don't go away yet. I think Councillor Brockington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. O'Donnell, for your presentation. The staff report talks about 5 locations for enforcement. They talk about high collision locations, history of vehicular speeding, school zones, construction zones, unsafe locations for actually the police to do enforcement there. The motion before us limits us to just school zones.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that?
I've been around politics enough that sometimes you take the half a loaf in order to work on the next half a loaf later. I think we should just go all the way right now. School zones are important, but as previous delegations have mentioned, I want to be able to send the kids out to bike down Byron Avenue, to go 3 streets over and 9 streets across to visit the friend's house. Neither one of those would be a school zone, a park zone, a construction zone, or probably they're not identified specifically as speeding priorities for the police because there just hasn't been enough deaths yet. That last item is probably the most illustrative aspect. Is the high priority areas that the police already know about are where people have been dying for a while. And the whole point of photo radar is to slow people down to the limit that they're already obligated to follow so that we don't get those death metrics to start with to know where we should enforce the law. We should enforce it everywhere all the time because that's the way the laws are supposed to work.
Any other questions? I have one. So having said all that, though, I still get the impression that the motion as it currently is, you would take that.
I always believe in taking half a loaf or a third of a loaf if it moves. And I support it ultimately because the data is unsurprisingly going to show that it works. And then I think what councillors across the city are going to discover is that their residents are going to want it to work in more places because they want to be safe in all parts of the city, not just where the pilot will be. And if that's what the data shows, it's just going to delay how long it takes to get there, but the goal is to get there. So.
Okay, appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next we have, no other questions? Okay. Next we have Ward Van Laar, and Ward will be followed by Chelsea Wynn. And Ward is here on behalf of the Traffic Injury Research Foundation. And you have 5 minutes, and I'll let you go to it.
Thanks for having me today and allowing me to talk about speeding and automated photo enforcement. My name is indeed Ward Van Laar. Thank you for pronouncing it properly. I'm the Vice President Researcher of the Traffic Injury Research Foundation. We are an independent evidence-based research institute founded in 1964, and we consult with governments in Canada and around the world about road safety issues. As you all know, speed is a big problem. It's been estimated to be a factor in 18% of crashes in Canada each year. Also, there's a lot of empirical research showing that your crash risk increases proportionally with your speed. For example, if you drive 10 kilometers over the speed limit, your crash risk will double. If you drive 20 kilometers over the speed limit, your crash risk can go up to about 6 times. Some people argue that the research that I just cited is getting a little bit outdated. Well, I have a nice example here for you that was published just in April 2016 by the leading insurance institute for highway safety in the United States. And it actually estimates that if speed limits would not have been increased between 1995 and 2013, 33,000 deaths could have been saved. Speeding is dangerous, but there's also other negative consequences. A lot of people think that if you drive faster, it will solve the problem of congestion. The opposite is true in many situations. Ironically enough, speeding can actually slow us down. Also, any time that you think you will be saving by driving faster is really only a couple of minutes at best for an average trip. Finally, speed also harms the environment. As you speed, your fuel economy of your car will decrease. So people believe, if you look at the research into perceptions of people about speeding, they think speeding is fun, they think speeding is fine, they think it's efficient, necessary, but the science and the reality prove that it is not. So if we can all agree that speeding is a problem, what can we do about it? Well, again, in our field of road safety, a lot of research shows that enforcement, traditional enforcement, works. Having police officers on the road to patrol and issue tickets, it works. It will make people slow down. But the reality is that it's not sustainable. To have enough police officers on the road, taxes in Ottawa would have to go up by really a lot. Another thing that people often don't realize is that the leading cause of death among police officers who get killed in the line of duty is road crashes. So we need to think that through before we put more police officers on the road as well. So as a researcher, having studied speeding, the problem of speeding for many, many years, I can tell you that traditional enforcement works, and I can tell you that automated photo enforcement works even better. If you look at all the studies that have been conducted and you review them properly in a scientific fashion, in an unbiased fashion, you will see that the majority of these studies, the weight of the evidence will support the use of automated photo enforcement. It leads to a decrease in speed-related crashes. It leads to strong decreases in the more severe right-angle crashes at intersections. And yes, it's true that some studies show that there might be an increase in the less severe rear-end crashes, but this is something that can be mitigated, especially if the program, the photo enforcement program, is implemented properly. This is exactly what we concluded in our evaluation of photo enforcement in Winnipeg, which was published in one of the leading academic journals in our field, where we concluded exactly that. Photo enforcement works, but it needs to be implemented properly. So in conclusion, speeding is dangerous. There's a variety of negative consequences associated with it, but the weight of the scientific evidence shows that automated photo enforcement works really well if it is properly implemented. And properly implemented is key here. Also, it is not a cash grab. It shouldn't be discussed as a cash grab. It is about saving lives. And if you would look into your constituents and do a representative polling of them, you will actually find that the majority of them are in favor of photo enforcement. A minority of studies will demonstrate to you that there are a couple of things that need to be looked at. Photo enforcement is not perfect. It doesn't necessarily work in all conditions or at all times. And people who are against photo enforcement will want you to believe that these studies conclude that photo enforcement should be abolished. And I'm here today to tell you that this is not true. These authors of these studies do not conclude that photo enforcement should be abolished. They conclude that photo enforcement should be used, but that more research should be done to improve the implementation of it. So, in my final statement, no one disputes that speed causes deaths and injuries. That is just a fact. Sustainable speed enforcement to change behavior is possible, but it is very costly, both in terms of man-hours, in terms of potential lives lost among police officers. And so, for that reason, automated enforcement is just simply a reasonable, effective, and safer alternative. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Councillor Leeper?
Thank you. Dr. Van Laar, sorry, are you based in Ottawa, or have you come in for today's presentation?
Yes, we are in Ottawa.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. It's validating a number of things that those of us who are in support of photo radar are saying. I was struck by the key point you made that traditional police enforcement can also be effective, but that we don't have the resources necessary. Ottawa taxpayers don't have the appetite for the necessary kind of tax increases to put enough officers on the road to actually change behavior. But I was wondering if you could give us some indication of what is the police effort necessary to create the same kind of behavior changes that we can achieve at much less cost using passive tools.
Well, there have been studies then showing that if you start at the level that you're at before you will actually see any difference, you will have to increase your manpower at least 3 times. Wow. But that obviously also depends on where you start with. So for Ottawa, to draw that conclusion, we would first have to look at where are we today, and then we could define by how much we would have to increase it. Really, if you look at all the research that has been done about this, it is just not sustainable to continue along that line, and it's also not safe, as I explained.
Do you have an idea of what that baseline is in Ottawa today? Certainly the perception among many residents is that speeding is pervasive, accepted, so we would be starting from a point at which the behavior is truly awful.
Well, I think many people already pointed it out that, it is perceived as a huge problem. It's in many communities, it is perceived as a huge problem, and it's not only the perception, it's also the reality. Like, for example, if we look at the data that we collected in Manitoba, we did see that there were huge reductions in the actual speeding behavior before crashes even happened. So using automated foot enforcement in an efficient and a well-designed way really has an impact on people's behavior and makes people slow down.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Any other questions for the delegation? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. And next we have Chelsea Wynn. Chelsea is here on behalf of the Blackburn Community Association, and that will be followed by, or she will be followed rather, by Wallace Beaton on behalf of Ontario, or Ottawa and Eastern Ontario Green Communities. Good morning. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Blackburn Community Association. I don't have a lot of stats or data to bring to you. I really just have the voice of our community. We have voted on our last community association meeting unanimously in favor of supporting this motion. I can speak to the fact that our community has seen a lot of issues around speeding. And if you don't know Blackburn very well, we are two main streets that kind of intersect in the middle of our community. Along those streets, you actually have several schools and a retirement home. I know this motion has been amended to really focus on the school zones, but I think that seniors are a concern in our community as well. Those roads, they have a 50 excuse me, speed limit on them, but I don't think anybody really adheres to that. The sidewalks that are running along those two streets are also very exposed to those speeding cars. So there isn't like a little grass, little buffer area for the sidewalk and between the road. The real buffer that we have on Innes Road is actually a cycling lane, so I don't think that actually reassures anybody about safety. In the past, our community has actually rallied using traffic blitzes. We've put up, slow down for us signs. I know we have had a speed sign put up on Bear Brook Road, and that's helped, reduce speeding a little bit in the area. But again, the issue still is present. It's something we hear about. I mean, I hear somebody, myself personally, speak about the speeding issues on a weekly basis. I also am involved in one of the schools in our community, an elementary school. We did a safety audit in the community, and it was just amazing how many people just speed around the neighborhood. On my street personally, there's a sidewalk on one side of the road. My kids have to cross the street to get to that sidewalk. There's a community daycare center, a home care center there as well. There's a lot of kids in the neighborhood. It's a really lovely area. It's generally quiet, but the problem is that speeding. We see that, traffic calming measures do work to some degree. Signs aren't enough. People just blaze through stop signs. They don't pay attention to the speed limit signs. It's an issue. And when we talk about speed, it's been noted that the speed is very excessive, up to 20 to 30 kilometers over the speed limit in this area. So that's dangerous. And just looking at those numbers that the previous delegates have presented, that's scary to think about the stop times that are involved to not hit a child or somebody crossing the street. Our community does not see this as a cash grab. We see this as a real opportunity to provide consequences to those who are breaking the law, and are very much in support of this motion. So we're asking you to vote in support of presenting this to the provincial government. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions from committee? Councillor Leeper?
Thank you, Chair. The description of the traffic patterns in the vicinity of your school sound very familiar across the city. We hear a very similar dynamic. We hear the same results coming out of the community safety audits that people are undertaking on a volunteer basis. Do very many people drop their kids off at the school in your neighborhood?
There's a kind of a mixture, right? So something that's really interesting about our school, I can speak to actually the Ottawa Carleton District School Board. They just revamped the walking zone for our local elementary school, and it's actually increased in area. So there are a lot of kids that have to walk across Innes Road, right? So now not only do they cross Bear Brook to get to Centre Park, they also cross Innes. Wow. So yeah, it's quite concerning. So you have a mixture. One of the schools, Good Shepherd, is right on the corner of Bear Brook and Innes. You've got Emily Carr right on Innes, and then you've got Ecole Saint Marie just also on Innes. So you see they're not even the parking lot entrance is on the main street. It's right there.
So I'm interested, though, in how many people are dropping their kids off, driving their kids to school, because we know that the behavior over the course of the last 30 years has changed significantly to be a lot of people dropping their kids off because they don't feel safe. And it becomes a vicious circle of people who don't feel safe letting their kids walk to school, driving their kids, increasing the amount of congestion, increasing the amount of speeding. I don't know if that's a dynamic that is of concern, though, to the Blackburn Community Association.
Yeah, offhand I couldn't speak to that, but what I can speak to is that I know that my kids' school has asked for a walk to school initiative, and they had a huge challenge in getting people to participate. So if that's any indicator, I would put that out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And it is interesting to see the need for these walking school buses. That program is currently inadequately resourced, and until we can bring the speeds down in our school zones, I think we're going to continue to have a problem with this self-perpetuating and vicious cycle. Thank you very much, Ms. Wynne. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair. You didn't notice. Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Any other questions? No. Thank you, Chelsea.
Thank you.
And next up we have Wallace Beaton from Ottawa and Eastern Ontario, Green Communities Canada. And Wallace will be followed by Etienne Grau.
Thank you, Councillor McKenney. Wallace Beaton, active in Safe Routes to School program at Green Communities. Just a quick refresher, Green Communities is the organization that awarded Ottawa its walk-friendly community designation back in 2013. And as most of you know, since 2010, we've been working to increase walking and cycling at 28 elementary schools across the city, including at least one school in almost all of your wards. I'm here, not surprisingly, to support the motion, the main motion, as well as the friendly amendment that was presented earlier this morning. The schools that we've been supporting are located on local, collector, and arterial roads that have posted speed limits that range from a low of 40 to as high as 60. And as we all know, the actual operating speeds in almost all of those zones are much higher. Not surprisingly, speeding is a major safety concern and, importantly, a barrier to active transportation in these communities, whether the speeding is occurring in the immediate school zone or on critical routes that families use to travel to and from that school. I'm going to give you a quick example, a story if you don't mind. R.E. Wilson Public School and École Horizon Jeunesse are located on MacArthur Avenue in Vanier. MacArthur is a 4-lane arterial with a 50-kilometer posted speed limit, and for good measure, it's a designated truck route. Through our efforts, a 40-kilometer school speed zone with signs and flashing beacons was installed by the Public Works Department on MacArthur in 2012. And the 40-kilometer limit is in effect during bell times on school days only. Follow-up speed surveys by Public Works confirmed what parents and staff told us. Most drivers were completely ignoring the new lower limit, just as they had ignored the previous one. And in fact, the famous 85th percentile speed went up after the 40-kilometer signage was put in to 58 kilometers an hour. And police enforcement has been very sporadic at best. While citywide Ottawa Police Services do conduct occasional enforcement blitzes once or twice a year in a limited number of school zones, the message we have received from frontline officers is that because of resource constraints, anything beyond that will be complaint-driven, not regular or proactive. And we have a very similar experience in Councillor Kakish's ward on Spratt Road, in Riverside South, where another 40-kilometer school speed zone was installed just last year, and again, the enforcement has been extremely sporadic. So clearly, as other speakers have said, we need additional measures to address speeding, as our current approach obviously isn't working. The staff report, as you know, indicates that photo radar is working in other Canadian cities, and I'm really pleased that there's been multiple references to the World Health Organization study that was conducted by Cochrane, and obviously we've just had the Traffic Injury Research Foundation here to make that case as well. The City of Ottawa is already using photo radar to successfully tackle red light running. And as per the staff report, and this was quite a surprise to me, previous councils have passed motions almost identical to this one. So asking the province to greenlight photo radar as an additional enforcement tool is nothing new. Photo radar is not, first and foremost, about grabbing anyone's cash. It's about protecting lives, preventing injuries, enforcing the law, and making our streets safer for children, other vulnerable road users, and also for drivers. I wanted to speak briefly, as the motion does contain a reference to a potential pilot project in school zones. Obviously, given where I'm coming from, I'd be thrilled with that. But what I would like to stress is it's going to be very important for us to think about how we're going to define a school zone. We have many schools that are located on local streets where speeding, in fact, is not their major traffic problem. But speeding may be a very significant issue 2 or 3 blocks away from that school, which is an important route for children that might be walking or cycling. I've had some preliminary conversations with staff in New York City, where they've recently introduced photo radar into more than 100 school zones in that city, and that's been one of the challenges they've had, is that the definition of school zone was too narrowly defined to allow them to implement radar in proximity to a school where it would have the most effect. So I just would encourage, as we move forward on this, that we have that conversation about how we define what a school zone means. So I'll conclude by saying that I urge you to vote for both motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beaton. We have a question from Councillor Fleury.
Salut, ça va bien?
Bonjour, Mathieu.
Bien évidemment, je suis content que vous avez choisi l'exemple de MacArthur, puis je pense que c'est en évidence que je suis heureux de vos efforts et de votre appui à ce sujet-là. De façon pratico-pratique, si on utilise l'avenue MacArthur, je sais qu'on est en discussion avec les employés pour réduire à 3 voies, avoir une voie cyclable, mais comment vous verriez l'effet du radar le long de ce corridor, et d'après vous, où est-ce que vous le localiseriez?
Mais en termes de localisation, je ne suis pas l'expert. Je vais laisser ça au personnel de la ville pour déterminer le meilleur endroit sur l'avenue MacArthur. Mais comme je disais tantôt, je pense que le photoradar, c'est un autre outil. Comme je n'ai pas reconnu peut-être dans ma présentation qu'il y a d'autres efforts grâce à votre bureau pour réduire la vitesse. Mais peu importe, même si on réduit l'avenue MacArthur à 3 voies, ça reste encore une rue où la vitesse sera toujours très élevée par la construction même de la rue, donc le radar va ajouter un outil pour réduire la vitesse.
OK. Merci.
De rien.
Thank you. Are there, Councillor Chernushenko?
Thank you, Wallace. You actually mentioned a key point that is one of the concerns with the motion that we still have in front of us, and that's the in-school zone section for precisely the reasons that you identify. When I pick in my ward, and when I speak later to this and question staff, I'll bring up a little more detail, but there is at least one key area where lots of school-going traffic on foot and by bike and yet probably doesn't fall within the definition of school zone. It's on fairly major streets getting close to the school zone. Are you aware of, you mentioned New York City, are you aware of definitions that other jurisdictions might have already used that could be helpful to us?
I'm not. I guess I'm offering some pro bono support as well to work with staff to come up with that best practice definition, but I share with you that concern that if we become too focused on the traditional school zone, which I think Public Works would define as the area within the traditional school zone signage that they put up, that we would be missing serious other areas near a school or an approach to a school that is actually where the more serious speeding problem is occurring.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I will have those questions for staff afterwards. Might be able to get some more precision from them at the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And are there any other questions? No, thank you, Mr. Meaton. You've got Mr. Grohl.
Mr. who? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Bonjour. Oh, I'm sorry.
Bonjour.
So Mr. Grahl, you have 5 minutes.
Bonjour, good morning.
And following you, will be Julianne Vo from the Ottawa Safety Council.
I will make the first half of my remarks in French. I hope our translators are ready. J'interviens ici aujourd'hui à titre individuel et je vais vous expliquer pourquoi. Je suis automobiliste, cycliste, piéton. J'habite aussi dans le quartier d'Alta Vista, sur une de ces charmantes rues sans trottoir, dont on a un petit peu parlé déjà aujourd'hui. J'ai 2 enfants adolescents qui sont tous 2 des nouveaux conducteurs, mais qui utilisent le vélo comme moyen de transport principal dans la bonne saison pour aller à l'école ou à toutes leurs activités, qui sont aussi piétons. Je souhaite évidemment qu'ils deviennent des conducteurs responsables, mais je souhaite aussi qu'ils puissent se déplacer en vélo et à pied de manière sûre. Je ne suis en aucun cas un expert en matière de trafic. Ce que je vais dire sur la base de mon expérience et de mon observation va probablement recouvrir certaines des choses qui ont déjà été dites ce matin, mais je vais essayer d'être bref. J'ai été renversé par une voiture il y a quelques années, alors que je rentrais à la maison en vélo. Petit voyage aux urgences. Heureusement, j'ai pu en ressortir en marchant, donc c'était sans gravité. Mon fils, quelques années plus tard, a été également renversé par une voiture, également de retour à la maison, enfin sur le chemin du retour de l'école. Également, lui aussi, sans gravité. Ces 2 incidents ont été dans, non pas des zones résidentielles, mais l'un sur le pont McElraith, l'autre sur le pont Billings, qui sont des goulots d'étranglement et un point de passage obligé pour des vélos. Et je reviendrai sur ce point-là parce qu'on a beaucoup parlé de zones résidentielles par rapport à d'autres, mais c'est quelque chose qui me tient à cœur. On a eu de la chance, on a eu d'autres close calls, comme on dit, depuis, mais notre bonne étoile est toujours là, j'espère qu'elle va y rester, mais je ne suis pas sûr. J'ai grandi en France, ça s'entend, où les excès de vitesse étaient endémiques jusqu'à assez récemment. Et tout le monde, de façon assez fataliste, disait « Ah, on peut rien y faire ». C'est comme ça. D'ailleurs, j'ai entendu certains témoignages comme ça ce matin également. Jusqu'à ce qu'un gouvernement décide de s'y atteler sérieusement et durablement, et notamment en déployant systématiquement des radars automatiques dans une panoplie beaucoup plus large d'outils, mais l'utilisation des radars automatiques a été déterminante dans le changement des comportements, parce que les comportements ont changé. Lorsque les gens ont réalisé qu'ils allaient être sanctionnés pour excès de vitesse, ils ont modifié leur comportement. Parce qu'au bout du compte, et on en a déjà beaucoup parlé ce matin, c'est de comportement qu'il s'agit. Il est clair que plus la probabilité de se faire attraper est élevée, plus les chances que les comportements évoluent sont élevées également. Which leads me to Ottawa. I've been a resident of Ottawa for 17 years, and my observation is that there is a prevailing sense of impunity when it comes to driving, and particularly speeding. You know what I'm talking about. Drive the speed limit on any street with 2 lanes of traffic going in the same direction, and chances are that you're going to be passed by a majority of cars. I won't make any name, but I'm sure in each of your wards you can have examples in mind. I've mentioned the ones of concern to me. McElraith Bridge, under construction now. Unfortunately, they're putting in a bike lane. Great. But until now, I can tell you that the 50 posted speed limit there was never respected. Not to mention my lovely street with no sidewalk, where people tend to speed down. And by the way, after having taken some liberty with the stop sign, which is right there, which is right by the entrance of a park and a playground, not a school. Because speeding is by no means the only violation I can observe, and I can tell you from the bike you can observe a lot. Those of you who have been on it know, and has been referred to by my friends of Citizens for Safe Cycling this morning, you have a very keen awareness of what's happening around you when you're on the bike. But of all traffic violations, speed is probably the easiest thing to automate, providing you have the tool to do so. So the excellent report from the officials of the municipality this morning said very clearly, photo radar is one tool in a comprehensive suite of programs and initiatives that support road safety. Photo radars alone are not going to solve the issue, but well deployed within that suite of programs, they will send the message that the city is serious about enforcement, or at least I hope it is.
and that it is no longer okay to do certain things. Hopefully, that will not be limited to speed enforcement, but from an enforcement perspective, because of the proven impact and frequency, because of its proven impact on frequency and severity of accidents, and we've heard some very good testimonials on this morning, speed looks to me like really the low-hanging fruit. Easy to automate, high impact, sounds like a good policy move. We've heard a lot about cash grab. I don't get it. Respect the speed limit and you'll be fine. We've also heard that chances are that if you respect the speed limit, you'll get to your destination at the same time, if not earlier. Some really really interesting studies on the web about this. And you won't be endangering people along the way. Yes, it requires a behavior change, and that behavior change needs to be driven by consistent enforcement by the city. Not just in school zone. It's a great start, don't get me wrong. It's a great start, and we've heard about what school zones are, but there's a lot of areas where speeding is in other places where pedestrians and cyclists need to be. So hopefully this amendment is not just a way to nicely package it in some areas and leave the rest completely unenforced. I hope this is a first step in a consistent and rapid enforcement of speed limits in the city. Not seizing the opportunity to use a proven and effective tool sends a message which, from my personal perspective, is concerning, that the city is not serious about it. And it would leave me wondering about my safety and that of my children. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much. And our next speaker is Julianne Vogt, and Julianne is followed by Diane Breton. Good morning, and you have 5 minutes.
There's a button I'm supposed to push. There it is. Hello. Okay, good. Hi. Thanks again for allowing us all to speak this morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Council. My name is Julie Vogt, and I'm Executive Director of the Ottawa Safety Council. Brief history and time of who we are. We provide the adult crossing guards and the walking school bus leaders to the City of Ottawa and to OSTA. You've heard both of those. We were established in 1957 as a farm safety organization dealing with machinery safety back in the day. In 1967, we launched the first motorcycle program in Canada. It's still functioning today. In fact, we are the largest motorcycle training facility in Ottawa. In 2001, we jumped forward and we placed the first 21 adult crossing guards to hit the Ottawa streets, and today we have 175 intersections across the city. More on that on the next slide. In 2015 and 2016, we have OSTA's Walking School Bus program, where we provide and train all of the leaders for the walking school bus routes that are currently running. Right now there is 12. What you see here is a map of where the crossing guards are spread throughout our city. They're in little clusters. If you go onto our website, you can see exactly the intersections. These crossing guards are responsible for nearly 3 million safe crossings in 2015. 3 million of them. 175 intersections means we provide you with 175 pairs of eyes to see what is going on in the intersection. And here's what those eyes have to tell us. The number one complaint we receive from our crossing guards is aggressive motorist behavior, and that includes speeding as the number one source of stress for the guards. Also to consider when we're dealing with this issue of photo radar is the judgment of children. Children under the age of 10 cannot judge speed nor distance accurately. They can't tell when they look to the left how close that car actually is. So that's an important factor to consider when you are considering photo radar in school zones. Also to consider is the expansion of the walk zones. As we know, OSTA expanded the walk zones, and more little feet have hit the street. So our walking school bus leaders definitely provide an additional measure of safety, but there are only 12 routes, and as Councillor Lieb stated, it is going to take some time for that program to ramp up to speed. So in the meantime, lots of little feet need protection. So I am here on the behalf of the Ottawa Safety Council to urge you to pass this motion. We are in full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vogt. And are there any questions from committee members? Thank you, and thanks for the work you do. Next up is Diane Breton from the Council on Aging of Ottawa. There you are. I thought I saw you. And following Diane will be Douglas Kirkland.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I think I'm on, right? Yeah. I have sent my remarks to you in advance, so you've probably heard all this, but I will proceed anyway. The Ottawa Seniors Transportation Committee and the Pedestrian Safety Committee of the Council on Aging of Ottawa support Councillor Brockington's motion for a request to the province to introduce photo radar in Ottawa. Pending provincial approval, we would support a monitored pilot program in key areas such as school, construction zones, and areas with seniors' residences, as well as unsafe and high collision locations. We would suggest investing fine revenues in road safety initiatives such as new or improved infrastructure. We all know that speed kills. We know that driving only 15 kilometers an hour over the set speed limit increases the chance of pedestrian fatalities from 45% to 85%, and that wheelchair users are 3 times more likely to suffer from a car collision, often resulting in death or serious injury. In Ottawa, between 2009 and 2013, there were 211 pedestrian collisions, and more than 11% involved pedestrians over the age of 65. And between 2000 and 2008, 63% of pedestrians killed at intersections were 65 or older. In an age-friendly city, citizen safety is a top priority. The Pedestrian Safety Committee recently completed a report on an all-seasons walkability audit in 3 Ottawa neighborhoods using an age-friendly checklist tool. Speeding traffic was a recurring complaint by audit participants in all areas and all seasons. This was particularly an issue on narrow bridges and when pedestrians did not feel safely separated from vehicles. This was identified as an issue not just because of lack of posted speed limits, but also lack of enforcement. Photo radar will enable enforcement and reduce speeding. The Council on Aging was one of several co-sponsors at a successful community event held last week at the Aberdeen Pavilion to learn about and celebrate reimagined public streets into dynamic, safe spaces for pedestrians and cyclists of all ages. The speaker, the former Transportation Commissioner for New York City, Jeanette Sadiq Khan, challenged Ottawa to care and dare to do the right thing. Ottawa's Complete Streets program is a great first step, and traffic calming measures also help. But we can take another step towards safer streets by challenging road users to stay within the posted city speed limits with well-communicated photo radar locations. Photo radar is an important technological tool to slow down speeding cars and reduce pedestrian fatalities and collisions. It has a successful record in other cities and has wide public and police support. We should have photo radar in Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Any questions? Thank you for that. Next up is Douglas Kirkland, and that will be followed by Marion Buzdugan. Hopefully I got that right. Well, Mr. Kirkland, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm actually going to steal a little bit of my own time. First, to pay a compliment to the clerk for helping me last week. This committee is well served by this kind of person being in charge of making sure you all get your things done. Sorry. I also want to take exception to something that the chair said in his statements, and I'm sorry he's not here, but I'll say it anyway. Oh, good. Thank you. My concern was when he was giving some of the rationale for why things were going to be decided the way they were, and I understand the politics of it, but it really sounds more like you're allowing fiefdoms to occur here, and that's your business. But I ask you this one question and carry this with you. For the ward people who do not want to take part in this, where do you think the chronic speeders are going to go? Think about it. You start this program, it has to be across the board. And if you choose to opt out, that's where the chronic speeders are going to go. And I know the behavior of chronic speeders. I worked as a police officer, particularly on radar cars, traffic cars, and collision investigation for a third of my 25 years in the police service. I know not so much the psychology or all the other pieces. I know the road behavior. I can guarantee you, they measure how to go from A to B in minutes and seconds. And if you throw an obstacle in the way, they consider it a challenge. And that's what you're really dealing with at the upper level of the danger level. Then there's the abstracted driver. That's a different matter. But what you're really dealing with in the most dangerous people are the ones who have to get from A to B as quickly as they can, and they have personal bests. I saw it 20 years ago. I saw it 30 years ago. And it continues to this day, except now we have more of them because we have a larger population. So bear that in mind. I'm sorry, Chair, but I had to nail that.
It's why we do this. We need to hear from the people, so not offended at all.
Okay, thank you. I also have to say that I'm a member of the Alta Vista Community Association, but my position takes this slightly differently, so I can't really speak on their behalf, but they do know that I'm going to be speaking. So photo radar can be a useful tool in the reduction. Oh, and you also have a paper copy of most of what I'm saying. In the reduction of safety violations on our roadway. It proved itself on Highway 401 by reducing the average mean speeds, depending on the zone being examined, by 8 to 10 kilometers per hour. You may think that's nothing, but that was a considerable step down. It came back up again, by the way, when they took it off. It proves a useful deterrent in safety zones, but it cannot be contained to safety zones. A quality application with overall reductions will only occur when not just safety zones, but all roadways, including rural roadways, are treated in a knowledge-built assignment pattern by somebody who knows what they're doing. Some systems that you might look at are fixed, like intersection red light cameras. In my opinion, these are money wasters. An effective photo radar program requires a broad range of portable units that maximize the effect on the total driving public. If the city does deploy photo radar, I have one admonition. If you get in, you stay in. You do not pull out of this after a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years. You get in and you stay in. This is not a quick fix, and it's not and it is not a political football that you can pass back and forth. You must make the commitment, and the people who come after you must make it as well. Providing an effective photo radar complement to the other initiatives on road safety if you follow that kind of a pattern. It will cost you money to put in place. It's not a gold mine waiting to happen. The cost of administration of itself is very high. I'm suggesting you use a dedicated contractor with a proven background. It is not recommended or required that police officers be assigned to this section. Special constables trained for the specific operation would be required under existing Ontario laws. If you hire or contract a low-bid performer, the resulting problems will be costly back to the city, both in money and the reputation of this program. At your peril, do not take the lowest bidder without a thorough investigation of the proposal, the cost analysis, and the history of the contractor.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Just one last bit. Selection of the these are things that still need to be done. Selection of radar units, the selection of the vehicles. You have to solve the problem of rear plate vehicles. Province of Quebec, motorcycles, you're not going to catch them in the standard kind of a thing. You need a double camera that's going to catch a backplate as well. And I've got more, so if anybody wants to get a hold of me, you can find my email from the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just something that might give you some pause, I suppose, in a good way, is this is just the very first stage. So what happens is if this is successful and then successful at council, it goes to an ask at the province. If the province says yes, part of the process is a committee report will come back looking at all those things that you've suggested, the where, the when, for how long, what sort of unit, do we go mobile, do we go fixed, all those sorts of things. So this is the general ask, but the details that you're getting to, that would happen down the road if the province does approve us as an option, and then Phil and his team would go back and they would bring back a detailed response saying this is how we think it should be deployed. These are the types of places, this is the type of equipment, all those sorts of things. So we may be seeing you again at that time to bring some of your expertise to that issue, but just I hope that helps a little bit. So we're not making those decisions here today. Those will come, and there will be, again, another opportunity for people such as yourself to come and speak to those issues, give you 2 cents about what you think about how we're going to do it or not going to do it, where we're going to do it, all those things. So questions? Councillor Chernchenko.
As one of many amateurs around this table, when compared to a professional, I thought I'd better seize the opportunity to ask you some questions that only a professional could answer. We often hear, or at least one of the few arguments, actual arguments put up there against this idea is can't count on the technology, use professional police officers to do this, as if somehow that's going to be better, more effective, more comprehensive. To me it's a red herring, but I'll ask you, what are your thoughts on this idea that it really should be trained police officers out on the road doing this versus some camera?
Well, I offer you this. When the province put it in on the 401, all the technicians who were on those vehicles were all retired police officers. And the reason why that was beneficial was, first of all, you weren't paying their money, which is pretty good. I wish I'd stayed. But also, you're paying for that expertise and that ability to be able to see a situation on a road and recognize it. It's huge. You acquire these things. So for that reason, yes, but they don't have to be people who are still practicing policing. Otherwise, you're going to pay huge amounts of money. And not to be too political, but you've kind of done enough with the police service recently.
Can you talk to the matter of putting officers at risk, their effectiveness in certain situations? I've had officers say to me, that particular location, we don't know where we could put a car, we don't know where we would stand in order to get a good reading and then pursue the offender. Can you talk to the safety and of the officers themselves that we currently call on and would, if we were to vote this down, would be continuing to expect to do this sort of enforcement?
Well, always when you were in a stationary position as a police officer, yes, it was always at risk, and instituting a pursuit was a big question. We just went through one where there was an unfortunate incident that came from that. And we can talk a lot about the whole piece around the pursuit issue, but the professional police officer currently employed, the people who are normally doing radar, they're doing it either from the unmarked units, which are highly effective. They can even do it from a marked unit. I had some of my best success with radar driving a marked unit just parked at the side of the road. Amazing. But getting out and stepping into the road, that's always been a problem. It's better now because they're much better clothed. They have the bright jackets and things. That was always a risk for us. It doesn't relate, though, to the photo radar because you don't have to get out of the vehicle. The photo radar is doing all of that. The consequence, of course, of that, or the negative consequence, is that you don't have the opportunity to actually punish the driver at the time that it's happening. But at the same time, you do have a positive effect on the safety zones and on the surrounding streets, and that was something somebody had just mentioned before, that what do you do if you start to slow everybody down on the street? Well, now they're going to go somewhere else. Honestly, if you have somebody running that system that understands it, they're going to know where that escape route is. And I call it the escape route because that's what chronic speeders think about it. They know what that is. So you do 2 days on your safety zone, and then the third day with somebody in the safety zone, you take another unit and put it on the escape route. It's amazing the effect.
I was particularly interested in, of course, the efficiency. We heard a delegation previously mention, how efficient is it to use a $100,000 a year plus officer on the street as a deterrent, standing in a roadway at risk to themselves. But more important to me is the actual lives and the threat to the officer and the threat that then comes to people's safety. You've got to pursue that vehicle. Am I right? In order to make that charge, is that always necessary?
There's a number, and probably we should have a side discussion about the whole thing about pursuit, but there's a number of things that go into pursuit. As long as you've got the identification of the license plate and you can identify the driver, let it go. Let it go, because he's probably going to go faster if you start to go after him. Now, I say that, and yet there were a number of people who didn't even realize when I was right behind them telling them to pull over, go somewhere else.
So essentially the same thing that a camera would capture.
Yes, very much so, except there's no penalty against the actual driver.
But that can be dealt with, as we've heard. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next we have Marianne Bosdugan. I hope I said that right. Marianne Bosdugan. Okay. Next on the list then is Alan Gullen. Gullen. Welcome, sir.
I'm glad you said that now. When I start speaking, you may withdraw.
I don't think so, sir. That's, as I said to the previous speaker, that's why we're here. We're here to hear what everybody has to say. So you have your 5 minutes, and
Okay. Credentials. 20 years of researching traffic safety, including 12 technical papers presented all around the world, including a place like Beijing. Also, 68,000 kilometers on rental cars in Europe for roadway observation. Most of my work was done library research, lately, of course, with the internet, but I found it very useful to travel and see the traffic from which the stats were coming. The 10th paper, presented in Dublin just in 2013, is very relevant here because it discusses the 7 confounders in traffic safety research which have been ignored for the past 6 decades by public safety authorities. I won't go into the details. The first confounder, which a gentleman here who was looking after these things for us, a layperson, immediately recognized as a gross error, and that is when you do a study you cannot just count the crashes. You have to count the crashes per traffic volume. How many crashes per 1 million kilometers driven on the roadway under study? Otherwise, there could be traffic volume changes for all different reasons which will falsely prove your radar is working. And that has happened very much in the last 60 years. And that traffic volume has been ignored in those two papers, which I read through completely, and TRIF, I read their Winnipeg paper, dug that up, and they too ignored the fact the traffic volume was not being considered. Okay, that being said, those 12 papers, those 20 years, have shown that the precipitating cause of all crashes, whether it's in a school zone or on a motorway, is AMPS, absent-minded professor syndrome. We are not talking about bad decisions by bad drivers. We are talking about non-decisions by a mind that is elsewhere than on the road on which the car is moving. When I explain this to laypersons who are not occupied in the business, they almost immediately come back with, and I expect to see some, oh yes, they come back with, well, yes, that's right, you know, I understand that mental stuff. Just last Thursday, I got in my car, drove home, arrived in my driveway without any memory whatsoever of that trip. It was done on what I was calling, as a transport officer in the Canadian Air Force, as going on autopilot. The old gray mare can get you home without conscious effort by you. So we have there's the old saying that a problem well-defined is a problem half-solved, but a problem badly designed will waste enormous resources without ever getting to a safer roadway. Another way of saying it, and that my last paper titled "The 40 Lost Years," that was presented just last year in Serbia, entitled "The 40 Lost Years on the Route to Vision Zero." The change that must be made is that command and control has never worked, and it has killed many more people than it has possibly saved. That command and control must be changed to advice and assistance. Good advice. For instance, the Autobahns have proven that speed limits don't work because they have better safety record per kilometer traveled than a lot of places with speed limits. But they, in fact, have thousands of speed limits on that Autobahn.
So
they have special speed limits.
I have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay. They have special speed limits, and it's the special speed limits that catch the attention of the individual. So the advice and assistance is using special alerts instead of a general speed limit, and helping people using strobe lights to wake up from AMPS. Thank you.
Don't go away. There may be questions.
I thought I would be dismissed.
What's that?
Temporarily. Or maybe you'd call the police officer to hustle me out.
Not at all. Are there any questions for the delegation? Okay, there are not. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
And our next speaker is Klaus Beltzner. And Klaus will be followed by Chris Bradshaw.
And Chris is the last name on the list, so if there's somebody in the room that wishes to speak to the matter and hasn't signed up yet, if you could do so in the corner just underneath the screen by the exit sign. Otherwise, Mr. Bradshaw will be our last speaker for the day. Good morning, Klaus.
Good morning, and thank you again.
I know how long you have, so off you go.
I have 5 minutes, and I thank you for those 5 minutes. Again, I'm Klaus Belsner, President of the Manotick Village and Community Association. I listened to the public speakers. I think everyone, including the last speaker, believe it or not, is in favor of your motion. And I would urge you to move forward with that motion. It is something that is absolutely needed. We need to have additional tools at our disposal. It will not solve every problem in the world. Absolutely not. But it helps solve some of them. And I believe in this council and I believe in our staff that we're intelligent enough to apply it properly and to solve the problems that can be solved, as opposed to solving problems that can't be with photo radar. So I urge you to go ahead, pass the motion, request the province to give you the permission to do what you need to do, which is go forward with the trials. And as I said, I've got confidence in you, in staff, and also in our communities to help staff and to help you with making those decisions and with the implementation of this tool where it's needed. I thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Klaus. Any questions? Okay, thank you. And the last speaker is Chris Bradshaw. And I don't know, Chris, are you here as Chris or are you here in one of your other many roles? Which hat have we got today?
I am a member of the Older Drivers Committee at the Council on Aging, although I'm not speaking for them today. I think that point of view is important to your deliberations. I would want to first make the point that speed is a form, and I think other people have said it today, a form of greed. Think of it as a rhyme. A person who is speeding is in fact taking to himself, privatizing a public space. They're jeopardizing the sharing of the road, and in fact what we have, despite our efforts to make our main streets complete streets, is we're getting compete streets, where we have competition. There is no communication, and this I learned through a Safer Roads Ottawa effort with the turf people that we had and the A-car people from advertising. We tried to come up with a toolkit for pedestrian safety. And we realized that what we need to do is get the various users of the road to appreciate each other, to be ready to share with each other, and to find systems of being able to communicate. Can you share anything without communication? The automobile used to be an open cabin. It's now impossible to communicate. Okay? So the driver, even the normal measures of the raised eyebrow, of not speeding or acting illiberally on the roads, that would control their behavior within a short distance around their home, the car is used to get beyond the area where they no longer are recognized, no longer feel the sting of people saying, did I see you out there speeding in a school zone or whatever the matter is? I would say that one of the funny things I remember before I retired is that one of my coworkers, whose office was a cubicle just outside the commissioner's office, had a sign that says, "He who rushes does not walk with dignity." It was her statement that the commissioner, who was known to be quite a fast walker when he moved around the office, was in fact, it was her way of saying, I move more slowly and I have more dignity. It's actually a great deal of truth to that particular thing. Even though we're not looking at the speed limits themselves, we should realize that speed limits have in fact been set too high. The 85th percentile ensures that only 15% of the drivers are in fact restrained. 85% are in fact required to drive faster than they're really required. And I say required because the faster drivers will give the various signals of flashing lights and tailgating and so forth to get them to move faster. The slow driver does in fact hold a certain tyranny over the faster driver. Vision zero means that we don't want any deaths. Why do we set the speed limits at a level which in fact if an accident occurs, a true accident, will in fact result in the death, too often of a vulnerable road user. So we have to realize that the driver who speeds gains arithmetically by his faster speed in terms of time saved, but the vulnerable suffer geometrically. As you know, as speed doubles, the danger to the individual quadruples. That is the relationship. That is physics. You have to observe it. Speeders, though, are the minority, and we need to ensure that the other users of the road, the majority, do not feel intimidated by them or are threatened by them. The future is that we will, even though we're talking about this as a new technology, we're very close to the point, as my company Virtue Car was 11 years ago, we had GPSs in all the cars. We literally could follow each user, and we could determine whether they sped, whether they turned left, when it was at an intersection of prohibited. This is the future. And when we get autonomous vehicles, which is a bit further off, we will probably have the ability, should municipalities properly license this technology, to actually set the speed limit so that it's physically impossible for a vehicle to go over the limit. Of course, when we don't have the nitwit behind the wheel, there will be less reason for people to speed. So I fear that what we're doing today, and I, of course, support your motion, is not really going far enough in changing the road culture of the sharing of the roads, of the strong looking out for the weak, as opposed to the strong dominating and pushing aside those who are weaker, such as the older driver who does not want to drive fast, but in avoiding rush hour, which is, by the way, congestion is an enforcer of the speed limit when you think of it that way, he's out on the road at the time where the greatest amount of speeding occurs, and he's intimidated by it. So I think what we need to do is look at the longer issue, and I encourage this committee to look at forming a committee of people such as the gentleman that just preceded me and others that you've heard today, some very high-powered, knowledgeable people. I think we need to look at the road culture in a more comprehensive way, and I thank you for your time, Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any questions for the delegation? Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to move in. We're going to ask staff to come back to the table, whereby we can ask questions. And I should point out that we have traffic staff here, obviously, Phil being the lead on this project. But additionally, we have a representative from OPS that can answer questions as well. And we did have, yes, still here, we have somebody from Ottawa Public Health as well that can answer questions as well. So again, if you have any particular areas that you want to follow up, just indicate sort of which staff or which group you'd like to ask the questions of. Clerk's office is currently working on making all the amendments to the motion that's on the table, and that should be circulated shortly with all the various changes. One asked for by Councillor Moffat, the other asked by Councillor Fleury, for example, and that's currently in the works and will be up on the screen shortly. I'm going to start by just asking a couple of quick questions based on some of the things that we've heard. First is something that we didn't necessarily hear today, but we've heard in emails, we've seen in the media, is, you know, is the city proposing sort of a stealth model? So you'll be driving down the street and you will not be aware that photo radar is there. That's not my understanding, but I'd like confirmation that in any proposal that you bring back to us, assuming that the province says, yes, you can go ahead with this, that it would be a process or proposal that involves appropriate signage so people know that they're entering a photo radar zone. Frankly, if they don't speed because they see that sign, all the better. We've still achieved the result, but I'd like confirmation from staff that that's the model that we would be looking at.
Yes, that's correct. That's what other jurisdictions do, and we support that.
Okay, thank you. And do you have a sense, Phil, that if permission is granted, what sort of a time frame you'd be looking at gathering data? How long would it take to set up a pilot, and how long you think the pilot should be in place to get a usable
collection of information?
We would see, when the province allowed us, probably a year in terms of bringing forward a report back to committee and then doing all the development and details that we need to do to actually get in place. And then we'd probably see a pilot of two years to be able to get some data to support moving forward after that point.
Okay, and you referenced bringing a report back. So just so everybody's clear on process, so if the province says yes to our request based on the motion and your information report, then the next stage is your team would go off and come back with a comprehensive report setting out what you recommend this pilot look like. Correct?
That's correct.
And then we would have another opportunity for the public to weigh in on it and what have you. So this is certainly not, I guess what I'm getting at is for those having concerns about the more minutia, this is not the end of the road. You'll be coming back to us again, assuming that the province says yes.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So I think the first speaker on the list is Councillor Fleury.
Monsieur le Président, je voulais juste simplement être le premier sur la liste pour soulever l'amendement. Je pense que c'est important de le mentionner pour les collègues. So the amendment that I'm bringing forward is minimal. It's in it's in the attached motion. I guess it's the mayor's portion here, the photo radar on local streets. It says, therefore be it resolved, and the sentence starts as follow. So, therefore be it resolved that Transport Committee recommend that Council approve that any photo radar pilot projects in the City of Ottawa be implemented on the condition that all revenues from the program, net of implementation costs, will be directed to a special account dedicated exclusively to funding road safety initiatives. I've added in the City of Ottawa, and that the province be requested to ensure that municipalities are provided with all the necessary authority to permit this use. So it's a small amendment so that we keep the pot in Ottawa. Moi, je vois ça peut-être comme un processus, les gens le savent, je viens du milieu du sport, c'est comme un athlète qui se dope. Si on n'est pas coupable, on veut se faire tester tout le temps. Dès qu'on est coupable, on commence à questionner le processus de test. Moi, je le vois un peu comme dans ce mécanisme-là où on dirait, si on est confortable avec la vitesse que les gens conduisent, on n'aurait théoriquement pas de problème à ajouter ces éléments-là un peu partout. Ce qui arrive, c'est qu'on n'est pas confortable, les gens conduisent plus rapidement, puis on est subtilement conscient de cette dynamique-là. Alors, à cet égard, on est inconfortable à ça. Puis l'exemple, c'est, moi je l'ai dans mon quartier, c'est King Edward. King Edward, c'est une rue qui a été bâtie pour conduire plus rapidement que ce qu'on affiche. Présentement, sur King Edward, on affiche 30, parfois 40 km/h, à certaines zones 60 km/h. Mais on sait que la rue a été construite pour, puis là, Phil peut me corriger, mais je pense que c'est 60 km/h. Alors, c'est sûr que c'est plus facile de conduire plus rapidement sur ces routes-là. À ce niveau-là, je pense qu'on doit se regarder autour de la table et dire qu'on a fait un bon travail pour corriger la fondation de ça. Complete streets should be the foundation work that should fix this core issue of roads being built for higher speeds. We should be, as we redo streets, be really able to correct these measures and actually enforce the speed that we want people to drive through in those communities or on various streets. I think the challenge remains that roads that are currently built where we want slower speeds, how do we establish that? And traffic calming is one of them. We've looked at depaving in certain areas. Stewart Street's a pilot for the summer. Obviously, the slowdown of speeds is another example. I'm in favor of the drop from 50 to 40. I think, too, that photo radar can be and should be used in different measures. I think the school zone is a safe one for everyone. Everyone wants to make sure that when your kids, you go to and from schools, especially on weekends, there's always family events in schools, that we want that experience to be safe. And as highlighted by our friends at Green Transportation, Green Communities, we have issues where schools are on arterials. They're not just on residential, and that's where we're seeing that tough interactions, those school zones. So, donc moi, j'aimerais remercier le président du comité d'avoir été capable de mettre une motion que je pense que la plupart des gens sont capables d'appuyer. Mon amendement s'assure que l'argent reste à Ottawa pour qu'on puisse implanter les mesures à Ottawa. Et évidemment, je vais appuyer cette directive. Alors, merci pour le travail et merci aussi à l'équipe de Phil.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chernyshenko.
Thank you. I'm going to pick up on that question of school zones. Like many, although I understand the intent and perhaps the political acceptability of by narrowing it to school zones, we can all agree that the most vulnerable, we'll start there with pilots. We can certainly debate whether it should go larger than that, but just on the definition of school zones itself, I'd be interested in how we currently define it, and do we limit that designation to just the time around when school is active. What about weekends? What about evenings? There's that factor as well.
So in terms of school zones, they're designated where the school is, and it's any property that abuts the school. So it could be on 2 or 3 or 4 streets if the school is big enough. So that's in place 24/7. There's school speed zones, which is where we reduce speed limits when schools starts up. So depending on where we are, if it could be anywhere between 7 in the morning till 9 in the morning, and same thing in the afternoon. So the school speed zones are identified there about 100 to 150 meters in advance of the school to pass the school, and that's where the speed limits get reduced for that specific time period. But the school area signs, they're there 24/7.
Mm-hmm. So I'll pick a very specific local example. We'll all have our own. Mine is the zone basically in front of Lansdowne, Bank Street, in front of Lansdowne, up over the Bank Street Bridge as far as Sunnyside, maybe down the hill, and then Sunnyside in the 2 directions. Bank particularly would be my number one example of a frequently abused speed limit, outwardly ignored often, very close to a number of schools, but probably not designated as school zone, maybe the part that's right adjacent to Hopewell, and yet hundreds of school children of different ages are going back and forth between much more First Avenue, Corpus Christi, Glebe Collegiate, Hopewell, on that Bank Street strip. And we know from our own local surveys that the number one impediment to people walking and cycling on it, both children and adult, is the fear they feel in an environment, even being on the sidewalk, where speed frequently exceeds the 40 posted limit. How easy would it be for that stretch to be considered as part of a school zone designation? And I did not even mention the seniors' residences that line part of that as well.
So I would expect, I'm not sure 100%, but there's already school area signs there on Bank Street in advance of Hopewell School. So that area would be designated. Similarly on Sunnyside, I would expect that there's signs there. So that area within those signs would be the designated area for the school zone.
But probably not the north of into the glebe, down the bridge of too far away from school to qualify.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess what we're also trying to do...
And yet that's where we're seeing...
Yeah, no, I understand, but the school zone signage just indicate to people you're close to a school. If we start moving it further and further away from the school, it loses effectiveness. So that's the challenge we're trying to deal. I mean, if you put it half a kilometer to a kilometer from where the school is, people, once they get to the school, will have not seen it, and they won't potentially change their behavior. We're trying to get them to identify that, you know what, you're approaching the school, and we want that to be consistent throughout the city so that people know when they see the sign, they're coming up to a school, not the school may be another kilometer down the road.
And I totally get that, and I totally get the logic of that. You can't declare an entire neighborhood a school zone, and yet that's my concern here about our focusing on school zones, is picking my example. You've missed the biggest, most obviously frequently mentioned problem street and area in the entire ward by just going with a pilot on, on school zones. So that's my concern. While I can certainly support what we have in front of us, my fear is its limitation in the first few years while we try it as a pilot to not actually capture the key areas. I'm not sure what we can do between now or at council, but that's a concern for me in almost being too cautious in getting into photo radar. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I guess two quick suggestions is, I'm assuming you're spending $70,000 to $40,000 on school areas right now, so that's money that could be shifted
to the more troublesome areas that you've just enumerated, and it may also, those areas may also be open for the second pilot, which is to do a gateway signage of some sort to reduce the speed in those areas. And one of the things that I'm certainly going to want to talk about if we get that pilot is have some dialogue with OPS at that point, saying we've changed the speed in this area and we'd like to work with you in terms of how we're going to make that known and how we're going to enforce that over the first little while. So there may be some other options there for you as well. But as you point out, there is time between now and council to think and build on what we hope to achieve here today. So thank you for that. Councillor Brockington is next on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're just dealing with questions for staff clarification. We're not debating. We just want questions right now, correct?
We're trying to do both.
Sure. Because
it's now, we've been sitting for a while, but so you can roll them all into one, that would be great.
Thank you. So to staff, first of all, the member of the OPS, welcome. Can I just know your name and rank, please?
Yes, I'm Superintendent Scott Neisted.
Excellent. Thank you and welcome. To city staff first, looking at the motion before us, the final clause talks about a report that will contain options on implementation. Could you please expand on what that means?
Well, it's going to take a look at best practices like we've done already in that review. Talking about the Ottawa context in terms of where we potentially look at using it within school zones. It would look at the type of equipment. So do we look at fixed camera locations? Do we look at mobile? Do we do a bit of both? So it looks at that, and then it also talks about an implementation plan. It'll talk about do we do this on our own, or do we work with other jurisdictions in the province to have consistency similar to the red light camera. So it'll talk about a whole host of items, and again, that's what it'll.
And how does staff envision we weave community consultation into this process, which I believe is critical, even if permission is granted, as you've said, there needs to be still a fair amount of work hammered out, but community buy-in will be critical in neighborhoods where this is being considered, and it shouldn't be at the whim of a councillor, that he or she should be actively involved with their community. But what specific role will the City of Ottawa subscribe to and implement? I don't see that spelt out here, but Mr. Chair, I think this is an important clause as well to consider. I'm not suggesting it needs an amendment, but when certain at-risk communities are identified for photo radar, I believe there needs to be an added dialogue with them that this is now something the city is considering to implement, to have that conversation.
Well, as I see it, it's somewhat like the model we moved to, and I think you may have been part of that, to that new model on the budget, which is councillor-led consultation. So if it's something that you believe that a community or a neighborhood in your area would like to see, and this motion would give you the authority to concur or not, that if you wanted to do a door-to-door, if you wanted to have a town hall, whatever, I think that's within the bailiwick of the individual councillor to determine how he or she is going to gather that information. Phil's team, of course, would be there as a resource to help explain the process and the machinery and everything else, but I think what we would be looking for is the model that we now use for budget consultations, and leave it in the hands of the councillor that knows his or her word best.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. And similar to Councillor Chernachenko about his line of questioning about school zones, I'm very fortunate that most of my schools are on quiet residential streets, and we don't have a significant issue with chronic speeding. Yes, there are some traffic issues, but the genesis behind my thoughts on, bringing the conversation on photo radar to the forefront were other type of roads in residential communities, which are prevalent in River Ward and throughout the city. And it doesn't have to be a school zone. The school zones certainly have issues. There are parking issues, speed now and then, but I don't envision in River Ward my school zones with photo radar. There are streets that are near schools. Walkley Road is a perfect example, between the Airport Parkway and Riverside, where there are 4 elementary schools within meters of Walkley Road: General Vanier and Holy Cross to the north, École Georges-Étienne Cartier, and Fielding Drive to the south. But Walkley Road is not a school zone. Walkley Road is where the children cross. There are no bike lanes. And now with reduced bus transportation as of this past September, Walkley Road is the hot road in Riverside Park. We've got these 4 schools. So if we limit where we put photo radar to school zones, there are streets in my ward that will not be impacted, that will not be beneficiaries of this technology. And so that's a concern for myself. Is certainly we've had delegations today that said half a loaf is better than none, and I would like to see this motion proceed rather than seeing it defeated. But I'm concerned that we are not going to be addressing in the staff report high collision locations, history of vehicular speeding, construction zones, unsafe locations for additional enforcement. So I'm concerned about that. So maybe it is a tiered approach. Maybe we start with this and we study it for 2 years. And if it's successful and we identify other areas, then we proceed to expand that project. Maybe that is the way to go that council can reflect on next week. But I want to be very clear that there are streets in my ward that photo radar should be an option to enforce speed limits, and that will not be covered off as part of this motion. So that's a concern. The other question I had for staff is in the motion that I believe the mayor has put on the table through Councillor Eglai.
It's now part of all one motion, but
very
yes.
well, thank you.
It was the mayor's motion.
Okay, it's basically the condition that all revenues from the program be directed to a special account exclusively for road safety initiatives. Would that include the construction of new sidewalks, for example? What is a road safety initiative?
That's a hard one to, I mean, from a traffic services perspective, as you saw in the presentation, road safety is the engineering, the awareness, the enforcement, education. So all components of that. So it could be potentially through our safety improvement program, where we identify high collisions with left turns, putting in a protected left turn. It could be redesigning intersections and things like that. From awareness, it's campaigns like we've been doing through Safer Roads Ottawa. So those are the kind of examples, and I think as we bring forward a report in as we bring forward the report in
Riley's time is up.
Must be less. As we bring forward a report to committee with the policy, that would be part of what would be in that, so that you would be aware in terms of the what would be required.
I would just add, please don't limit ourselves to what a road safety initiative is. Be fairly liberal.
I should point out, Councillor, the final line of the main motion speaks to this. The report that Phil indicated they would be bringing back if there was, if there was approval granted by the province. The last line is including, so with options on implementation, including the use of photo radar revenue to further road safety and traffic calming initiatives. So we'd be looking at that. We'd be looking at how there's some obvious things that jump out. The one you suggested is not quite so obvious, but that's a point of discussion that we could have and staff could look at in the follow-up report, certainly.
My 2 cents worth is please be very open-minded what road safety initiatives are. It's not just for vehicles, but the multiple users who use roads, sidewalks, who come in contact with roads should be considered. So I appreciate that. Just to the superintendent, as part of last year's budget, or the budget for 2016, there was approval by council to add 25 new officers to the OPS complement. Can you confirm whether they have been hired?
I can confirm they're in the hiring plan, but the Ontario Police College has staggered classes throughout the year. So some of those have been hired, but we won't have that complete until the end of 2016.
Thank you. Do you know if the pressures that existed in 2015, the chief was battling many priorities, and there were times throughout the year he had to withdraw part of the traffic units in multiple districts in the city for those priorities. Has that been stabilized in 2016, or do you know if he's still drawing down from those traffic units and putting them into other areas?
Well, currently the traffic units, the officers are all back in those traffic units, but that doesn't mean if we have a operational priority that comes up that they couldn't be diverted in other areas, and that goes for other areas within the police service. It is a shell game sometimes. We're all about community safety and working for the community, but for instance, when we had a lot of shootings, we had to redeploy there. So right now, the officers are where they're supposed to be, and they're enforcing traffic.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Chair, just to summarize, I spent last year, 2015, my first full year on council, dealing with multiple issues, just like every member of council, but I was struck, in addition to the thousands of people I spoke to when I was running for this position, the number of inquiries I had received last year from members of my ward with concerns and complaints about the speed of traffic on every type of street. It was constant from the time the snow melted to when the snow fell again late in last year. And I used the tools at my disposal to try and address those concerns. It doesn't mean there's an actual problem in every street. Sometimes you have to analyze and measure whether or not there's a problem before you direct resources to that. But in dealing with the Ottawa Police Service and really understanding their challenges last year and their resource, their priorities and their resource struggles, and my frustrations about what I believe were sort of an inadequate presence by the OPS to enforce speed, the traffic calming initiatives that we do have at our disposal, but don't forget, we as a council approved those strategic initiatives late last year, and we're not able to roll those out until very late of last year. And even the challenges that Public Works had last year with their own resources to address issues sort of limited our ability last year to effectively combat speeding. And then, actually, Mr. Chair, there was a bad accident in your ward that really drove this home to me. You'll recall that a tow truck driver speeding on Meadowlands Drive took out a father and a daughter. I believe the father died. And the OPS was on Meadowlands for 2 straight days following that accident. And I remember seeing, I don't know if it was a constable or a sergeant interviewed in the media, and he said, we could be here all the time. We're pulling people over constantly on this street. And Meadowlands is one example of hundreds of streets across the city, which is a residential street on both sides, where speeding is a chronic, pervasive issue. And we can't have the OPS on that street because there are hundreds of Meadowlands across the city, and they have limited resources. My intent has never been a cash grab. There are easier ways to take money from the residents of Ottawa. I'm not going down that road, and that is certainly not what I'm interested in. I'm interested in preserving public safety, which is a right. It shouldn't be something we strive to do. It shouldn't be something that would be nice to have. People have the right to live in their residential communities. They have a right to go for a walk or take the kids out or to cross the street or to go for a bike ride or even to drive in their communities and not worry about excessive speeders who are putting themselves or others at risk. And so I've looked at the resources that are available. I've tried to use the resources that are available in the city. Some work better than others. And I know photo radar has been a contentious issue. It's not my intent to cause discord in the city, but I will force the city to have a conversation on speeding. And I will force the city to come to terms with what are we going to do about it. And I appreciate the work that you've done, Mr. Chair, and others, the mayor, and all councillors and community groups who take this matter seriously. And so something is better than nothing. This motion could be stronger. School zones, I think, is a good start, and there is time for reflection between now and at council, but we need to come to terms with the speeding problem in the city, and I appreciate everything that people have done thus far to address that with me, so I wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Chair. And I would just like to echo the sentiments expressed by Councillor Brockington with respect to the volume of complaints that our office certainly handles around speeding issues. It is a daily refrain of pleas for help from the residents of Kitchissippi asking us to deal with it. We are working to spend the money that we have on the temporary traffic calming measures, the budget there. We have a number of asks in front of staff. I'm hoping to get those assessments back relatively soon so we can roll something out. But I'm only going to be able to address a fraction of the issue using that tool. I'm hearing today in the discussion that this isn't just a Kitchissippi or an urban issue. When I look at the lists of folks who spoke to us today, I'm seeing representatives from Alta Vista, Beacon Hill, Manotick, Centertown, Dalhousie Ward, residents in my neighborhood on Byron. This is a citywide issue, and it's not just speeding. We have a pervasive issue with bad driver behavior overall. Not stopping for stop signs, turning right without stopping at the stoplights. It is a massive problem that we're trying to address. The photo radar is one tool that I'm convinced, based on the weight of evidence that I've read. The Cochrane study is just the most recent piece of evidence that photo radar can help us with this. But what I'd like to ask staff is to see whether we can't put the nail in the coffin today of the argument that somehow enforcement using police officers is going to be the key. When I take a look at the full range of problems that we have in this city around driver behavior, I cannot imagine that the citizens of Ottawa have any appetite to put in the resources that we need to put officers on the street to address the issues that are pervasive across our geography. It is frustrating enough to be told by some residents that photo radar is a cash grab, that's their primary concern. The primary concern of residents of Kitchissippi is the safety of our most vulnerable road users, and that trumps anything else in my view. But can I ask staff to address the enforcement issue? Can we make this a safer city with any kind of reasonable expenditure of money using police officers? Or do we have a problem that is more systemic and more foundational or fundamental?
Council, I can speak on behalf of the police. I have about 30 officers that are dedicated to the traffic enforcement unit and my directorate that I'm responsible for, and there are some district traffic officers. In addition to that, our almost 400 patrol officers do enforce traffic when they're not busy on calls. So I guess I can assure you from a police point of view that we have our resources. We take traffic very seriously. As you know, it's one of the chief's priorities. I myself was an old traffic sergeant on the OPP, and I've seen so much carnage on the roadways and so many deaths from speeding and other things that I am very devoted to traffic, and I make sure I pass that down to the officers that work in my area. But at this time, we have no further resources to put out there to do more traffic enforcement than we're doing right now. It's just a matter of numbers. We have other priorities to serve the community properly in crime prevention. There's patrol, the district, and support services. And right now we have as many officers as we can deployed to traffic.
So when residents ask us, well, just enforce the rules that we have. Don't implement other tools. Enforce the rules that we have to address the issue. Is that a reasonable ask, or it strikes me that we do not actually have the resources necessary to do a lot more enforcement to address the pervasive issues that we face with driver behavior.
Well, that's an interesting question. It goes off on a different tangent. I'm not sure if you're aware, but Ottawa Police Service has one of the lower, it's called cop per pop, so how many police you had per 100,000. And for instance, if we had the same police officers per 100,000 as Toronto, we would have 700 more police officers on the Ottawa Police Service. I'm not here to suggest that the community can afford that or would want that, or City Council would want that, but I am saying that we are, with the resources we have, my fellow superintendents and I and management take it very seriously. We meet on a weekly basis and we try to stretch our staff as best we can to meet the needs of the city, which traffic is right up near the top in that.
But I don't think we can do much more than we're doing right now. I don't question the commitment of the OPS to addressing traffic safety, to addressing speeding, to addressing the folks who are ignoring our traffic laws. But I'm hard pressed to believe that we could even begin to afford the necessary resources. That comparison with Toronto is extremely helpful. Thank you for that. The second question I have for staff, and this is something that is a little more tangential. The use of photo radar, we're looking at installing specialized equipment. I'm on the IT subcommittee, the vice chair of that organization, that is taking a look at some of the possibilities that might be out there when we have more ubiquitous technology through the city. When all of our cameras are hooked up with the back end, hooked up with other networks that we have. Is there a potential for technology to solve more than just speeding as our city becomes smarter? And it's a question that, you know, I'm looking forward to exploring with all staff over the course of the coming months as we review our smart city strategy. But it strikes me that the movement of vehicles is one obvious area where we might bring more technology to bear.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're using technology as we move forward. I mean, you just look at the cars that are being manufactured today, and you know, soon there'll be driverless cars and things like that. Even just in the cars, from a road safety perspective, having the sensors so that they know that if they're getting too close to another vehicle or making a right turn when there's a pedestrian there, the car will brake. So you won't have a choice. So those things are coming, and those things are going to help improve road safety. But at the end of the day, there's always a human behind the wheel, and you know, the majority of people obey the laws. It's the ones that don't that we want to catch, and we work with the police. We collect a lot of traffic data. We share it with the police so that they're out there when the problems, we see them, versus just being there at all times where they don't necessarily, because we always get the complaint, well, the police officer came at the wrong time. Right. So we have the data to support, to say, you know what, they were speeding on road X at 3 in the afternoon. The police will be there versus being at 2 when there's no one there. So, I mean, we're always looking at technology and open to new things, and I think, you know, the goal is, and our goal is, as a city, is to try to make our roads as safe as possible. And this is just another tool, and there'll be other tools as we move forward that we'll want to look at and potentially use as well.
The request that I would have, or the discussion I'm looking forward to having with you over the coming months, is around particularly our traffic cameras. There's a lot of interesting work that could be done even by some of the open data proponents. Mr. O'Donnell was here earlier around detecting illegal movements and some potential interesting analysis that can be done by the crowd moving forward. So a discussion through our Smart Cities discussion. Mr. Chair, I'll just wrap up by saying the disappointment in some parts of the community is certainly going to be there that we haven't moved to a blanket request for the implementation of photo radar, but the current motion opens the door to taking potentially an entire neighborhood in Kitchissippi Ward or others, saying this is a 40-kilometer-per-hour zone, installing photo radar in the school zone, which in a lot of the neighborhoods in our ward are going to be adjacent to parks. The proximity is excellent. On behalf of the residents of Kitchissippi, I am the first to put up my hand and say, pick us, pick us, pick us. We need as many tools as we can get at this point. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next on the list is the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few things. I just want to confirm one thing. I know that we've been working and moving forward on a pilot for my ward, where not a gateway, but we are going to look at reducing some of the speeds on the residential streets to 30 kilometers per hour. So I just want to confirm here that this motion doesn't preclude that we'll still get that report back.
Yeah, that's correct. We plan on bringing a report this fall on that topic and the pilot.
Okay, thank you. And on school zones, I know that it is a bit of a balance. If you make everything a school zone, then nothing is a school zone. But as with Councillor Chernyshenko, and many of us, I know that as kids travel to school, the dangerous spots are often on their way to school. So in the ward that I represent, at the corner, as kids travel, say, to Dover Court, at the corner of Somerset and Preston, we changed the light so that it's an advanced pedestrian signal. And that small measure, and no right turn on red, and that small measure made walking to school for kids so much safer. You could feel it. The day after it happened, cars had to stop at that intersection. They weren't looking to turn right on the red, and the kids, with their parents or the older ones who could walk on their own, were able to do so. So maybe that's something that we should be looking at in terms of, today we're talking about photo radar and we're talking about reducing the speed limit, but maybe we should be looking at the other measures in and around the school zone or the school path, if you will, that kids take to school, so that we look at other measures that will make that walk safer for kids. So maybe I'd like to direct you to maybe come back with that at some point to talk about what measures can be taken around the school area or the pathway that kids take to get to school. Is that okay?
So, sorry to interrupt. So is that, Vice Chair, you giving direction to staff in that regard?
Yes. And not to come back at some point. It may not.
Sure, no, I just wanted it properly on the record. So is that direction the staff is okay to go off and...
Yep. I mean, we work with schools. We have actually a coordinator that works specifically with schools, and I know we've worked with Wallace Beaton and his group with the safe walk to school things, and so yeah, we're more than happy to come in, and we have a whole toolbox of things that we can do, and we would be happy to present that at some point in the future.
Okay. Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to say. I don't know if Wallace is still in the room, but that's someone you need to talk to.
Absolutely. Yeah, I do regularly. The only thing I don't do with Wallace is actually walk to school with him. The number of deaths, of pedestrian deaths due to collisions, it's 7. Is that right? The average, I'm looking at Ottawa Public Health letter from September 2014 on this issue that was sent to our MPP Yasser Naqvi, and the average of pedestrian deaths 7 in Ottawa and annually, and 341 injuries. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
So taking those numbers, and the evidence is quite clear that photo radar does reduce fatal collisions and serious injury. In Calgary, 41% decrease in fatal collisions. In Winnipeg, 24%. Gatineau, 25%. So we could, if you extrapolate from those numbers, reduce our pedestrian deaths by 2 to 3 annually with this one measure. I'm not a mathematician.
Yeah, I would say, this measure will assist. To say that it's because we have photo radar, we don't. We have a whole number of programs that we do to try to, from awareness to engineering. Even the red light camera program, where we've seen a reduction by 1/3 of the serious type collisions. So it's a whole, like a toolbox of things. To say that one measure versus another will make a difference, I think they all help with our ultimate goal of reducing collisions to zero.
Exactly. And the World Health Organization, you agree that the road crash injury is largely preventable, that it's a human-made problem, amenable to rational analysis, that essentially, the vulnerability of the human body is how we should be designing our roadways and designing the way that we travel. Do you agree with that?
Well, I agree. I mean, I think the data, and I agree with that in terms of just the speed, and if you can design roads, especially on residential streets, to lower the speeds, and that's the Complete Streets policy that we've just been approved, and design those roads so that people don't feel comfortable when they start driving at higher speeds. Because that's the challenge. You can change a sign on a road, but if the road's 12, 13 meters wide, they won't change their behavior. So you need to design the road so that it feels uncomfortable. And you can drive down Bank Street up by Parliament Hill, the road's very narrow, there's buildings next to it, you don't feel comfortable driving at higher speeds. You get south of Billings Bridge where the road widens up, then you don't feel so uncomfortable. So it's ensuring that we design those roads, and we're starting down that path, so that reality is you won't even need a speed limit, that if you design the road properly, that they'll be traveling at 30 kilometers an hour, and the speed limit is there, but it's not really being used because that's what people are driving at.
Thank you. I agree with that. I think that the way, I'm a daily cyclist, and there are some roads that, and I'm a competent cyclist. I cycle year round, but there are some roads that I wouldn't cycle on. I wouldn't cycle on Bronson for a block, for example. But I will cycle down through Hintonburg in the middle of winter because that road has been designed so that cars will follow me. They're not going to get anywhere faster, and they're going to follow me. They're not trying to get around. But it only takes one person speeding. And and somebody had brought that up earlier, you can hear them coming from behind, you hear the engine, and you know that they're going to pass you at a very dangerous speed. Could be too close, even if they give you a bit of a berth, you know at that moment that it will only take one slip. It will only take a door starting to open, and you have to go around it, that you are at risk of extremely serious injury and or death. So I agree. We need to do it all. We need photo radar. People need to slow down. The evidence is clear that it reduces fatal collisions, and no number to me is okay, because I certainly wouldn't want that to be a member of my family, and I don't think anybody would. So there's no number for me that's okay. So I want to make it clear that I support this, but there's a lot more to do, and we need to continue to find all those tools to make sure that when kids are walking to school, playing at the park, we're cycling, or we're drivers. I often say I have friends who are drivers. Actually, I think my wife owns a car. I drive. I want to be safe on the roadways as well. So it's about making it safe for everyone, but we do have more vulnerable users on the roadway. Those are pedestrians and cyclists. Seniors, much more likely to be injured as pedestrians. So we owe it to our residents, and I am happy to see this step being taken today. So I thank you for all of the work that you did. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councillor Kakish.
Thank you, Chair. And I just have a couple of questions. First, on the motion, in terms of the second, therefore, the 50 to 40. What are we asking the province to do? Is that the process where we have to petition to bring that down from local residential streets? Why is that in the motion? Or is it just strictly for the sign requirement?
Right now, if any road wants to, the default speed limit is 50 kilometers an hour. If you want a road to be less than that or more than that, it has to be signed. So we've got a petition process in terms of a residential street. If you want that, normally it's to lower it to 40 kilometers an hour. We go through a petition, but we still have to sign every road. What this would basically allow us to do is designate an area that you don't have to sign every road. So if you're entering a road from an arterial collector and there's a sign that says you're in a 40-kilometer-hour sector, all the roads within that designated area would be 40 kilometers, and we wouldn't have to sign every road. So that's what this motion is trying to do.
Yeah, but you'd have to obviously take down all the old signs, and you're saying this is specifically as part of the pilot.
Well, there's signs existing, but there's a lot of communities where those signs aren't there. The majority of our residential roads are unsigned. So right now, they're all, they're 50 kilometers an hour. I'd say the minority is that have the 40. I guess if there was an area that had some roads that were 40 and some that weren't, we'd have to make a decision to say, do we want to remove those signs or just leave them there if it's still the speed limit?
And why is this tied into this motion?
Not sure, Council.
I can speak to that. So it comes from hearing from residents, from advocacy groups, different levels of government that, and frankly from Councillor Brockington, who said when it was at council, I just want more tools. So this is another way of dealing with speed. It seemed to dovetail nicely with the photo radar. We're talking about speed here. We've been talking about speed all morning and hearing from our residents for several weeks now on it. So it dovetails nicely, I think, in providing an additional way to deal with speed concerns. And because it also requires an ask of the province, it's not something that we can do on our own. If we can package it all together in one big ask for the province, I think that's easier than keeping coming back and coming back. So as I've indicated before, MVP NACV has indicated that he is supportive of both initiatives and is prepared to advocate for both initiatives at Queen's Park. So this bolsters his position, says that Ottawa is serious about speed control and traffic calming, and he wants to do this for his residents. He wants to help do it for all of the city. So it fits nicely into the package.
Okay, but so all this would also be at the discrepancy of the local ward councillor, and we're not implying that we're going to be changing all the...
No, if you don't want a Councillor Kakis, you don't have to have it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I just want a clarification on that because I wasn't sure why it's tied into...
Yeah, we wouldn't do it without councillors are the people who know their wards best. So we want that input from the councillors saying, you know what, I want it in my ward, and where I want to have the speed reduced is, in this particular section or in this particular subdivision. That's where I'm hearing it from my residents. That's where we need to have it. So, yeah, we want to do it absolutely in partnership with the councillor and with his or her community.
So on that point, that councillor knows best for their area, I think we've done a lot of work in terms of resources, money, worked closely with you, and I know Wallace was here earlier to implement the school zone on Spratt Road in Riverside South, working closely with the 3 schools that are there, as well as the parent councils, and that's been effective. My concern with this motion is that it really does corner us into that, and so I'm more concerned about the speeding that happens on the riversides, on the line banks, on the Earl Armstrongs, where, if you're cruising at the speed limit, you're passed and, sometimes given the finger or two if you're a councillor and they realize that. I think this is good, but if we're already in this motion giving a lot of authority to the local councillor to make those decisions, I'm not sure if there's an interest as a friendly amendment to have that authority given to the different areas where they may work better or not outside of the school zones.
Not at this point. I think that the school zones creates a uniformity, if you will, gives us a good baseline, and we're dealing with similar conditions. I think we can collect data better, make better comparisons. I hear what you're saying, and as Councillor Brockington has said, there's certainly time between now and council to have discussions and see what other things. But at this point in time, I think there's a good rationale for picking up like kind of scenarios to collect and compare data. And again, I don't know if he's still in the room, but I'm just looking at the speakers list. So my friend Doug Kirkland, I don't know if he's still here, but you know what Doug said. He said, if you're going to get in there and stay in there. And so to me, the way to find out whether we should be in there for the long term is to gather data, to set a baseline and go forward with that so we can create a firm foundation for making the case to those and we know they're all out there, we know there's a lot of residents that are not crazy about photo radar, to be able to make the case to say it does work, we've tried it, this is where we've tried it, this has been our laboratory, if you will, and to make the case that it's doable on a wider scale. So I want to create that foundation. I want it to be firm so we can make evidence-based decisions going forward and rely on data that our staff is going to collect to bolster whatever decision we go back out to the public with and say, this is what we're intending to do going forward and this is why. So, again, there is time between now and council to have further discussions, and more than happy to do that. But I think for today, this is a good solution and something I'm certainly going to support. And we go forward from there in a measured way and in a way that will allow us, as I say, to collect data and create a case going forward.
Okay. In terms of the actual photo radar, how does it? I know there's different models and all that, but how generally does it work? I mean, when you're pulled over by an officer, you have the officer basically, at his discrepancy, may or may not pull you over if you're going 68 in a 60, for example, or 65. So how does it work with photo radar in terms of having that accuracy? Because even with our own speed display boards, when I'm driving 68, for example, it'll say 70. Or it'll be off by a couple. So the inaccuracies with technology, how does that work with photo radar?
So, Chair, I can answer that, and the superintendent, if necessary, can provide some clarification. So 2 things to bear in mind which are very important. Number one, when this is manufactured, it goes through a rigorous testing, and there's a certification that's provided. Then secondly, when it's being put in use by the officer, he or she obviously is trained as far as in the use of that, and one of the things they do is to calibrate it. In order to guard against what might be considered as a technical defense, where someone might say, well, I had my cruise control on, I know I wasn't doing more than 40 or 41 miles, either 40 or 41 kilometers an hour, the officer in calibrating will allow for a margin of error, whether that's 1 or 2 kilometers, to take that into account. And obviously what can happen as well is that can be changed so that those people who might be speeding will not be of the view of, well, I know that the officers add, a kilometer or 2 here, so I'll adjust my speed accordingly. And so the intent then is by changing it by the calibration by each officer is to ensure that when the matter goes to court, that there will be a very high probability that the city would be successful in that prosecution.
And so I'm just trying to clarify, so if you're going 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 kilometers above the speed limit, are all those going to be automatically issued tickets?
Again, I would defer to the superintendent, but there is, based on experience, they can take into account driving conditions and the situation. Perhaps the superintendent can supplement that.
Well, sir, when we use radar, we mostly use actually laser devices now. It's up to the officer's discretion where their threshold is. Maybe it's 10, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 20 kilometers over the limit. And again, like the gentleman said, it may depend upon, are you in a 40 zone in a neighborhood, are you out on a highway or rural road or whatever. With the utilization of photo radar, I think it's a little premature to discuss what the setting would be set at, because they would have to take different things into consideration. And I think there'd have to be discussion with the police and the city and the councillor and perhaps this the entire committee here with what would be the appropriate setting. So I'm not prepared today to say what I would recommend, because I think it's too premature. When I was a cop on the road, I usually went with the 20 over rule. In the school zones, probably 10 to 15 rule. And when I worked on the Queensway as an OPP officer, there were so many people out there, we even set it at 25 and you didn't wait more than a minute to get somebody. So it depends on various factors.
And just to finalize, when we did our research, what we found from what other jurisdictions do, it ranged. Some were as low as 5 or 6 kilometers, others went up to 12 or 13. So like the superintendent said, is that I think that would be something that we would be bringing forward as part of our report. Again, we want to be transparent. We don't want to be hiding. We want to be seen as you know, like this isn't a cash grab. It's all about safety, and so we would bring forward that information to committee.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kakish. Next on the list is Councillor Moffat.
Thank you very much. Just a quick, I know Councillor Egley mentioned this at the start about the potential for where the signs, these kind of signs, would be located. I know when we hear the examples of Edmonton, I know someone sort of scoffed at the example of Edmonton being used, and the terms cash grab. You know, maybe cash grab isn't the proper terminology. Maybe revenue tool is better, because certainly in the example of Edmonton, it has been a revenue tool. So I guess the concern is, how do you avoid, because I think the Edmonton example is good from a perspective that they've implemented it wrong. It's not achieving the original intent. It's making them a ton of money, but it's not actually achieving a huge difference in how people behave. They still have people speeding. Even Mayor Don Iveson has said they still have people speeding. So I would like to think that a system here, while your goal over here is to achieve safety, the other goal should be not to make money. The ideal goal should be that we don't issue tickets because people adhere to the speed travel. So going back to the comment that was made at the start about from when Councillor Egley asked about where the signs are, what do you envision as being a location for signs? How are we going to, I think we should be right in people's face with the fact that there's photo radar coming up.
You mean, oh, so the signs indicate that there's photo radar. So they would be, well, if this motion goes through, it would be in the vicinity of schools. So we would have signs in advance saying you're entering into a zone that there's photo radar. I mean, as to will we have, if it's a mobile unit, it may not always be there. We're not going to bag the signs when the mobile unit's not there. They'll still stay there. Right. I mean, in terms of the Edmonton data, from what I understand in reading and discussions that I know Rob's had with them, is that, you know, the total number of people actually getting tickets is about 2% of the total people driving. So we're not talking about a big piece of the pie. So from that perspective, again, it's about road safety. We want people to, and you know what the goal would be, that someday there'd actually be no revenue being generated because everyone's driving the speed limit. And if that's the case, then, you know, the roads. But the data does support the fact that prior to photo radar being implemented, you're even just in driver compliance to the speed limit, it's a lot higher. The studies also show that collisions where the units are being done. I know at the Edmonton there's folks that have, you know, said, use the Edmonton as an example, that it doesn't reduce collisions. But when you look, I think what they've done is they've taken a look at all collisions in the city. I mean, we could take that, I guess, here for red light cameras. If we looked at every, you know, right angle type collision in the city over the last 15 years, that number hasn't dipped substantially. But when we look specifically at the intersections where we had problems, where the red light cameras were installed, we've seen a third the amount of those type of collisions, and we've seen a third of injuries. So it has an impact, and that's what we would do is we measure the effectiveness of these. The collisions will be one thing, speed adherence will be others, and we're going to come up with a whole bunch of measures of effectiveness to say, you know what, yes, it does work, or no, it doesn't work. But based on all the studies that we've seen, we would expect that it would work in reducing the speeds, which then leads to reduced injuries if collisions occur, especially with the most vulnerable users.
Because I think one of the key things I know we've been working on, I know with yourself and with the community, Klaus Belsen's here with the Mansfield Village Community Association, and one of the things we've worked on primarily is awareness. We want to make sure people are aware of the speed limits. We want to make sure that they adhere to it because they know where the speed limit is. I once got a ticket in Canton, New York. The problem in Canton, there's the village of Canton, there's the town of Canton. One's 30 miles an hour, one's 40 miles an hour. I was doing 44 and a 30. So the officer gave me a ticket. There was no price on it. A month later, I got a ticket in the mail with a price. It was $330 American. I actually thought I was doing 44 and a 40. I went down and fought it in court down there, which is incredibly exciting. It's not traffic court, it's general court. And but it wasn't a disincentive to not speed because I wasn't aware I was speeding because the signage was so screwed up. So the awareness of the signs is important because it's not a disincentive if I don't know it was there and I don't know what the speed limit was, or if that's not made clearly aware, and then I don't get a ticket in the mail until 4 weeks later. So for those 4 weeks, I'm still not changing any behavior. That's the great thing about having police officers on the street is that you actually have a direct correlation between the action and the offense. It's right there. It's instantaneous. You know, the other challenge is with photo radar is that it only covers off one thing. And I'm happy you're here, Superintendent, because I was curious. What will be the impact on police services in terms of deployment? I just give an example that if photo radar had existed several years ago, and let's say it was on Riverside Drive, which I know is an issue for Councillor Brockinson. If it was on Riverside Drive on January 23rd, 2008, at let's say 1:53 in the morning, it would have caught an SUV that was speeding. What it wouldn't have done, though, is it wouldn't have prevented that SUV from running a red light, the driver was drunk, and get hit by a bus, and everyone in the vehicle except for one person dying. What would have happened there was 4 weeks later, the parents of the kid that died would have got a ticket in the mail that said, your SUV was speeding. It didn't change anything, right? So my concern is that I don't want to see us shift away from on-the-street enforcement because we can't catch distracted drivers with the photo radar. You know, we can't catch those things.
I can speak to that. I've had a discussion with Deputy Chief Skinner and Chief Bordelot, and they have no intention at this point of reducing our the amount of traffic officers we have out there, our dedication to traffic enforcement. We look at photo radar as another tool in the toolbox, just like the city is looking at, and it would enhance our ability to be out there and do what we're doing, but certainly would never replace it.
Fair. No, I think that's important, and I just wanted to make sure to make that clear, because again, on some of the concerns about cash grab, it's because of the way it's implemented. If you hide the sign, if you artificially lower speed limits and then slam it on with a photo radar, the second you artificially lower the speed limit. For instance, this committee and council lowered a portion of Hunt Club recently from 80 to 60. That road is designed to be 80. That road should be 80. If you all of a sudden put a photo radar on that street the next day, it's virtually entrapment. I mean, you're asking to make money that way, and that's why you hear the perception of cash grab. If you implement it the proper way, and your goal isn't just to make money, it is road safety, that means awareness is your key component. And then you don't have to worry about the cash grab because you're not actually making money. You're creating awareness, you're achieving your speed limits. And I think the other part is, I mentioned it briefly on the Hunt Club example, artificially lowered speed limits needs to be something that we avoid. Because we've done it. I know I have some in my ward. And the reality is they don't actually achieve lowered speed. Travel speed. Sorry, go ahead, Phil.
Well, I guess I'll comment to that, and I think we'll bring that forward in our policy report, but I think there'll have to be a review of that type where, you know, speed limits are reduced from at council based on the political requests from the councillor versus what the operating speed is. Because if you start putting forward radar, and I think that I would agree that then it becomes more of a, you reduce the speed limit from 60 to 40 when the limit should be 60, then that's where you get yourself in trouble. So I think we want to make sure that when we bring forward the policy report, that would be, should we get photo radar, we'd be clear on, where those would be. Now, with the pilot being in school zones, we don't have that big of as much of an issue. So I would see that once the pilot was done, if it was a 2-year pilot, we'd bring forward a final report that would talk how, if, with regards to, well, what were the results of the study. If we decide to open it up citywide to, the different types, like where there's high collision history and all those other things that we talked about earlier, then we'd also set some criteria in terms of, maybe we don't install it on roads where the 85th percentile isn't being met. So examples like that, but again, that's a discussion at that time.
All right. Thanks for that. Just to close on this, I think the issue is an interesting one. And back in March, when it first came up from Councillor Brockington, I had solicited comments, feedback from people, and there was the folks that were fundamentally opposed. They still hate Bob Ray. They just don't want this to happen again. And then there were people that wanted it everywhere. But I found right across the middle was, and even unsolicited before this compromise motion kind of came forward, people seem to be okay with the idea of putting it in vulnerable sections of the community, like school zones. I think it's a good start. I understand that people say it's not far enough. We often do things that don't go far enough. We hear that all the time. Sometimes that means we're doing something right. But I think this is something that can be supported by the community, and I think that's why you're hearing support for here today at committee. So it'd be interesting to see how it goes. I just want to bring those concerns forward because those are concerns I'm hearing from residents. Those are concerns that I think are shared across the community. No one really came here to speak of those concerns today. It was just people in support. But certainly from other folks we're hearing those concerns. So when this all comes forward, if we get the approval from the province and we do this and you come back with the report, I think those are all things that need to be considered as to how you roll it out. Certainly the timing of when the tickets, if you could get tickets out to people almost instantaneously, that would be better. Because it's the lapse in time that creates a window where people aren't really going to change their habits. So anyways, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Moffat. And I look to the clerk here when I ask this question, but one of the things that you raised, I think, which is quite relevant, is the education piece. And the motion in terms of the report that's coming back doesn't speak specifically to the education piece, how we are going to let people know that we're going to be doing this, if we're going to be doing this. So I'm looking at the Deputy Clerk. Can I simply direct staff that is part of that report, or do we have to amend the motion again?
If staff is prepared to take that as direction, that would probably...
So I'd like to direct you then, as part of the report that comes back, assuming that the province says yes, is that a piece of a portion of that report deal with how we're going to roll out from an educational public awareness perspective. Use the mantra of Bob Manette, educate, don't regulate. So, I'd be just as happy if we don't issue a single ticket under photo radar. If the effect is that means people aren't speeding in those areas. So the better we can roll it out. So if you're nodding your head, so if you can accept that as direction as part of the second report you're going to bring back, that would be appreciated. Thank you. So next on the list is Councillor Caudry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and sorry about the delay. Just coming back, first of all, I want to thank both Councillor Brockington as well as the Chair for working through this process, and although this motion has seen days in the past where it hasn't been successful, I think this revised motion that's on the table this morning is a good resolution, a good solution going forward, so I would be supporting that. Having said that, in terms of speeding across the city, and it's not just unique to our city, I think it's across the province in most urban areas. Question to staff, in terms of the Highway Traffic Act, for example, based on this motion going forward, and in 2 years you come back with a study and say, based on that photo radar situation on this particular street or this neighborhood, we need to do other things, but the Highway Traffic Act won't allow that. How would we get around that scenario?
Well, from my understanding of the Highway Traffic Act, it's just a change in the regulation for specific to photo radar that would allow the city, it designates as Ottawa as allowing photo radar. So anything photo radar would be related to that. So as long as it's within the photo radar bucket, then you would be able to use it on, and then it doesn't preclude you using it on any streets, and with the current regulations.
No, but that's my question. For example, if based on that street, a study was done based on number of tickets issued and so on and so forth, and you came back, you being city staff and from the traffic department, and said to the city, look, we need to install 4 extra stop signs as an example on that street. And the Highway Traffic Act says, no, you must have warrants, required warrants in order to do that. How would that situation be handled?
Well, the Highway Traffic Act doesn't talk to the warrants. I mean, the warrants we use as guidelines in terms of that. So we can put multi-way stops, we can put traffic signals on any street. The Highway Traffic doesn't preclude you from doing that. We just have guidelines and warrants as to where we do want to do them, because there's reasons why you would install them or not install them. So the solutions, for the most part, I'm trying to think of an example where we would need to go back to the province to get permission to utilize whatever the solution was. If it's a sign or a road safety, unless it's something that's brand new that's never been used, we wouldn't have to go back to the province to get that.
Okay, I'm not necessarily talking about going back to the province. I'm talking from a traffic consultant perspective as a city staff. Often I've heard from city staff that if it doesn't warrant a traffic control measure on an intersection, based on warrants, we're not going to institute it. Having said that, if a photo radar or a radar scenario does say or suggests to staff that more traffic calming measures or stop signs are not meant for traffic calming, I understand, but those are required, would you be able to do that without meeting the warrants?
You'd be able to install measures. There may not be stop signs. There may be other type of measures to try to deal with the issues. I mean, the stop sign example, a lot of people think you put the stop sign there, it'll slow traffic down. It may slow traffic down right at the stop sign, but then you get compliance issues where people don't stop. Then you get the fact that people then accelerate to faster than where we're going had there been no stop sign. So what we try to do in the traffic department is to look at the issues and try to find a solution that will actually fix the issue versus trying to come up with, because a lot of people have ideas, and then we just work with the folks to find that solution that works. So, for example, with speeding, with the temporary traffic calming, like the flex posts, have seemed to be good in reducing speeds. So there'll be other measures as we move forward that potentially we could use, but even the flex posts, we didn't have to go to the province to get approval to do those things.
No, but for the flex post, you didn't need warrant system either.
I guess what I'm trying to say is the warrants is a policy that the city uses that's been approved to install. So for traffic signals, we have a warrant system. If they meet the warrants, then we install them. If they don't, we don't recommend to do them. If it's a discussion on what those warrants are, I mean, that's sort of separate than the Highway Traffic Act.
Thank you for that. In terms of the engineering of a street, let's say a brand new development happens. In terms of the engineering of that street or that thoroughfare, whichever one is being built in that community, how much of an input do you or does your department have in the planning and growth management function of that neighborhood?
At this point, we don't have much input in terms, I mean, they'll come and talk to us if it's something specific that they need some information, but that's for the most part dealt with through the planners and the folks in that group.
Okay, so at the present time, according to that response, we're going back and doing traffic management of a street or of a neighborhood after the engineering part of it is done, or after the development is done.
That occurs today. We are working through building better suburbs and things like that, where we're starting to build streets so that we don't have to do that, because it's a shame that when a new development gets built, 3 days later when people start moving in, we're getting called because the roads are too wide. So we're trying to, through building better suburbs, to build the roads so that they're not calling us in the operations side to fix the problems. They should have been built and designed so that the problems weren't there in the first place.
I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot here with those kind of questioning, but my concern has always been from day one the fact that some of our neighborhoods need to be looked at the initial stages of its development, especially in a greenfield development. And some of those problems could maybe be resolved without using a tool like photo radar as an example. Coming back from that engineering perspective for the superintendent, in terms of the 40 kilometers an hour speed limit that is part of this motion, how easy or hard would that be to enforce with your laser radar gun on a street that has a slight hill on a downhill slope? Would that create an issue for the police services or police officer on the street to say, I'm sorry, I can't enforce 40 kilometers an hour on this street because of the design of that street or the incline in that street?
Well, obviously every street is different and every hill has a different incline, but if it's just a gradual hill, I don't see that. I've used the laser myself, and you actually look through it like a scope on a gun, and you put the little red dot right in the grill of the car, and you pull the trigger, and it locks right on there, so it's actually gives you can get someone speeding much farther away than with a typical radar that puts out a wider beam, and you have to have more, I would say, traffic by itself, a single vehicle, where a laser, we use them on multi-lanes where people are coming, and you aim it like a gun, you put the laser beam right on the vehicle, so a slight hill wouldn't be of any concern in my opinion.
Thank you for that. In terms of other equipment to Mr. Landry, are there other equipments available on the street besides the radar or the laser gun that you're aware of? That's something else we could employ also, or replace the photo radar scenario?
Is this in terms to inform residents or drivers how fast they're driving?
Right.
I mean, we have the speed display boards that we use that's quite effective, and I know there's councillors now that are buying more, and we're using those in areas where, again, that's more towards the awareness. A lot of drivers don't realize, especially on streets that have been built a little wider, how fast they're going, and the speed board just provides them that context that, you know what, you're driving at 55 in a 40 zone or a 50 zone. I think it also helps the residents realize, because we also get the call saying, you know what, cars are going 80 or 90 kilometers down my street. But when they actually see the speed boards, they say, well, maybe it's not 80 or 90, maybe it's 50 or 60. Because as you're on a residential street especially, you feel speed's a lot faster in vehicles compared to a large arterial road where you're set back on a sidewalk and things like that. So.
No, I understand that, and thank you for that response, Mr. Landry. But my question is, are there other technologies available in the marketplace to do the work similar to what photo radar may do without us using the photo radar equipment, as an example?
I'm not aware of any other technology. I mean, there's different technologies in photo radar, but I'm not aware of something else that's been used.
So nothing sensor-wise on the street that would detect? I mean, I know we put those ATR lines on the street from time to time.
Well, we have sensors that can detect vehicles, but it's not used to then give out tickets, right? We have detectors, we have numeric plates that we put on to calculate speeds of what vehicles we use, and we use that on a daily basis in the city to tell us how fast vehicles are going down our roads.
Thank you. In terms of the, one of my colleagues, Councillor Moffat, I think, mentioned about the speed signs. And you mentioned that you do it from a ward-to-ward perspective or a community-to-community perspective. If, as the motion reads, to be at the discretion of the ward councillor, and let's say a ward councillor chooses 5 streets on his ward to go to 40 kilometers an hour and leave everything else at default speed of 50, how would that be controlled? Or would you be suggesting that the whole ward go to a 40 default speed?
No, it would be street or area by area. I mean, this is intended, if it's just one street, then the existing process of putting a sign up. This is more where you've got multiple streets that are entering into a community. That can be used. So versus us having to sign, I don't know, say there was 5 or 10 streets within a specific area, you might have to put up 100 to 150 speed limit signs that says 40 kilometers an hour. So instead of doing that, you would put one sign at the entryway to that community saying that you're entering a 40 kilometer hour zone. And so all the streets within that area would no longer need to be signed. Because that's the challenge. And we looked at this back in 2009 when we did our speed zone policy, and we looked at a whole bunch of options. The one that we're proposing has been used. It's being used now in Quebec. They call them sectors, and basically, as you enter from an arterial road to a collector road into a certain area, your speed limit is based on that, on what's on that sign. So if it's a 40, if it stays 50, then there's no signs, and you don't need to put any signs there. So for a ward, if there was residents in a certain area that wanted to keep it the way it was, they could do that. But if they wanted to go down to 40, and instead of signing every road, which has a cost implication, we could put the one sign at the start, at the entryway to that group, to that area, and it would be enforceable. Because that's the biggest thing, is we want to make sure the speed limit's enforceable, so that then, we can have police out there to do that. And if we had photo radar, we would use that near schools for this pilot.
Thank you for that, and I do want to thank you also for your work on this report that just came in today, or at this committee. For my colleagues, back in 2007, I was concerned about the speeding in our neighborhood, and based on that, I requested from the traffic department to purchase a radar gun for my office that I could share with the community associations, as well as to look at the speeds where the concerns being raised by a resident. And that was more so from an enforcement perspective, because I have no authority for that, but that was more from an education perspective to the community. And anything that we can do to educate the community in terms of speeding in a neighborhood or speeding on a particular street, I think it's a good thing. My concern, again, as raised by my residents throughout this process, is what people are calling it as a cash grab. And I think as a city we have to be very careful. Where is that line between possible cash grab, as we've been talked about, to possibly a safety concern? And if it's a safety concern, as even from a public health perspective, then I'm all for some kind of a control measure. But the control measure in this case, the way the motion is written, I support. Anything beyond that, I think we'll have to wait till the study's done, till the pilot is completed, and see where that leads, because I think there may be a fear, at least in my mind, that at that point somebody may say, well, it works, so let's open it across every street and across the city. But that's a discussion to be had later. At the present time, I'm willing to support that, and I'm happy to support this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor DeRose. Now, Councillor DeRose, I understand that in addition to some questions, you have an amendment you want to put forward.
Standalone motion.
Well, yeah, I agree that it should be a standalone motion, but we have to go through the process as the clerk indicated. So you need to ask if I think it's a friendly amendment. Technically, I guess you need to ask the vice chair who moved the motion on my behalf. I believe she'll say no. And not to. I'll let you introduce the motion, and I'll just explain. It's not necessarily the vice chair. I think that it's a bad motion. It's just a little bit like mixing apples and oranges. You'll see when the motion's introduced. So we've all agreed that we would vote on it as a standalone motion. So I'll let you introduce your amendment, and then the vice chair can turn it down, and we'll follow the procedures set out by the deputy clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, then I go as an amendment. Whereas the province recently passed Bill 31, Transportation Status Law Amendment Act, Making Ontario Road Safer Act 2015, allowing the ability of enforcement of a number of Highway Traffic Act, RSO 1990, infraction to be enforced in out-province jurisdictions, including red light camera infractions, as set out in the Section 2001.1 of the Transportation Status Law Amendment Act 2015. Therefore, to be resolved that Transportation Committee recommended that City Council, through the Mayor, formally request that the Province of Ontario provide the City of Ottawa with the ability to enforce photoradar infractions incurred by out-of-province vehicle owners, similar to the new authority for red light camera infractions as set out in Section 2001.1.3 of the Transportation Statute Law Amendment Act 2015. Mr. Chair, this is actually a proactive motion. I know it's immature, but if we're going through all this trouble and all this going to the province, and now we have the province help that they're going to help us go through this, I think it's very important, and we don't do the same mistake when we did with the red camera light, that wait till we have out-of-province plates to be able to ticket them in the same manner that we have ticket our resident. That's simply what is the motion, and I hope the support on that.
Oh, and that's appreciated, and this is more about a process thing than anything else, Councillor DeRue. So we would vote on the initial amending motion that was dealt with, and then we would deal with yours as a standalone motion. But that's okay with you? Yeah. Okay. And then I think you do have some questions for staff.
Can you start my 5 minutes now, though? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank all the speakers and all the emails we've been getting. This is a very hot issue, and it's divided in the city. And I want to thank Councillor Brockington for bringing this to our attention, because speeding, it's a major issue, and not in my ward, everyone's ward, citywide. And we live in a unique area, which is we have urban, rural setting, and we have urban setting, and we have different roads. This motion, it's balanced all the needs of this resident of the city of Ottawa. I find it well balanced. I do agree with my councillor colleague Scott Moffat on the way that how people has been talking about this as a cash grab, and I won't call it as a revenue or anything. This is strictly to have a safety to our road, because we always reach out to Mr. Lundy's group, and we're always in talk with Ottawa's road safety and whatnot. But I'm really happy to see this motion is becoming about road safety, and it's not cash grab in our city. And I just want to make sure that I put this in the record. I know we will have more discussion on implementation and how we set the speed. It's premature to talk about all that. We will have a time to talk about all these issues in the future. But this is very important for us to take, as the City of Ottawa will be the lead on taking something like a hot topic or a controversial issue to turn it into safety and making sure we're using it as tools in our toolbox, not as a revenue. I have a few questions and not a couple concerns, and I do work a lot with my strategic initiative, the 40,000 I received from the city. I work very closely with Mr. Laundrie's group. I do find that it reduces a lot of speed, and it helps a lot in making sure our community is safe, and help. And education, it's very important and good component. And I realize, I'm noticing lately when our residents make the right call to the police, and working with the community association, we are getting a lot of benefit from these tools. So I encourage my colleague to work on them. The other thing is I want to ask the superintendent on a couple of questions that Councillor Leeper brought up. We're doing right now, as we all heard, that we're not shuffling, but we're doing some changes in the policing and how we do. We're pulling some more police to do the patrol and making sure that our roads are safe. Within the new model that we are proposing, is it going to help a little bit having more policing on the street, or can you a little bit touch on that little changes that we're doing at the OPS right now?
Well, what you're referring to, sir, is the service initiative. And right now, they don't have a end product, but it's being led by Deputy Chief Skinner. And I think by early summer, they're hoping to have a end product, what that looks like. From the presentations I've had and the people I've spoken to, they are looking at having a deployment model where there is more people assigned to the front line, like you're referring to. There's not necessarily more police officers. It comes down to how they're being deployed. But there are other concerns from people in the city. So right now they're in the process of reaching out to the community and getting input from the community before they make any final decisions. But it is their goal to have more officers assigned under the frontline directorate, so they would be available for traffic and many other frontline duties.
Thank you for it. And this is exactly what we're trying to say. But in this deployment, eventually what we're trying to do to have more frontline police officers to be able to enforce the law. Because in my view, the camera, the photo radar is not really what's the solution. Because as we all heard from so many people and so many different activists that yeah, it reduced the speed, it reduced the accident and by 4%, but it doesn't really necessarily replace the police officers, and that's where we need, because from a report I read that the police OPS release, 40% of the accident we have, it is related to distracting driving, and photo radar is not the answer for that. So for us, it's very important as a city councilor sitting here, and I know from the Councillor Brockington and Councillor Reaper's perspective, and us, of course, to have this in our toolbox, but we're still not replaced as a police officer. So I'm really happy to hear that the new initiative and the new deployment, we're going to have more frontline to be able to enforce the speed and keep our roads safe. So thank you very much for that. That's all that I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor DeRouge. Councillor Nussbaum. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And given the lateness of the hour, I'll try and be brief, Mr. Chair.
Take as long as you want. Not a problem.
Just a quick follow-up from the exchange that Councillor Caudry had earlier, just on the issue of the 85th percentile speed analysis, which I've often found odd, given the fact that there's both a safety imperative and a community/political imperative to lower speeds. And I know the question was asked by Councillor Caudry in terms of the residential streets, and I was encouraged to hear that as part of the Building Better Suburbs process, there is an effort to introduce traffic calming measures as part of the road build. What about arterials? I think it was Councillor Moffat who mentioned Hunt Club. Earlier, the committee agreed to an EA to widen Leitrim Road. If the idea is that there's an interest in lowering speeds on arterials, is it fair to say that the city is working on constructing larger roads in order to establish average speeds that are consistent with what seems to be an interest in having lower speeds on those roads as opposed to higher ones?
And is there someone from planning, because that's the EA component of it, so I can't really speak to that part of it. At the end of the day, I mean, arterial roads, the ones that are already built today, for the most part, if you're within the urban area, they're designed for between 50 and 60 kilometers an hour. Once you get out to the suburban areas, if you think of the links, say, between like Hunt Club to Fallowfield, like going down to Barhaven, those are higher speeds, but then there's no development next to that road. We put in cycling facilities off-road so that it's a safer experience. But I think through the Building Better Suburbs, the goal is, especially in built-out areas, is that you design the road for the community so that we have more people taking their bikes, we have more people walking, and things like that, which are important for community building.
Thank you. I think, Mr. Chair, the takeaway for me is simply that, as well as looking at residential roads, we, as a council, should probably be examining ways that we can ensure that the arterials, if we want lower speed limits on them, 60 was mentioned on Hunt Club, that we're constructing them in a way to reflect that, whether that's narrower lanes or finding other ways to do that. So I think it's an interesting takeaway from this conversation. The second issue I wanted to raise is, again, I think Councillor Caudry's question addressed this in part, just to confirm that the regulatory change that we're seeking now wouldn't then require us to go back a second time if there was an interest in expanding the program. And I think I heard the answer was correct. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And then the last question, I think, is for you, Mr. Chair, although staff may have some ideas. Mr. Chair, you mentioned having had very positive conversations with Minister Naqvi, and I'm just wondering, in light of the fact that the two previous requests to be able to use speed cameras in the City of Ottawa were essentially rejected, has the Minister given you an indication that this request, if passed by Council, is bound to be received with more open ears and eyes?
Well, I should clarify. I've been talking to MPP Naqvi as the MPP for the area, representing a portion of the Ottawa residents. The discussions that we have had have been very positive. He's used words like advocate, supporter. He'll fight for it. So very, very positive. I mean, there are no guarantees in political life on any vote, as you know. But I've gotten a very positive sense from my discussions with Yasser that these are two things that he feels strongly about, and that he will do whatever he can to make it happen.
I know that the regs are structured in such a way as to list geographic areas which are permitted to use speed cameras, and I'm just wondering, is there anybody, either staff or you, Mr. Chair, that's aware of the province amending that list to respond to a municipality's request to use speed cameras in the last couple of years?
That would be a staff question.
I've known the City of Toronto has done that, but I'm not aware of any other municipalities. We have been working with other municipalities to talk about like automated speed enforcement. So there is interest there, but specifically asking the province, I'm only aware of Toronto having done that.
So the regs were amended to allow Toronto to use them over this has been done over the last couple of years?
I'm not, I think it's the last few months, I don't know. I think it's been recently versus the last 2 years.
Great, that's very encouraging. Thanks. I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sitting and joining us here this morning. Last speaker I have on my list, this afternoon, I guess. Last speaker I have on my list is Councillor Manette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment. For default of speeding, it's residential areas, if it's not marked 40, it's 50, is that correct?
Yeah, all roads in the city are 50 kilometers an hour if it's not signed.
Okay, so I am very pleased with the new motion that Councillor Eagle brought forward. I think it's, school zones is definitely something that, we've all heard issues about school zones. It will give power to each ward councillor, if the province approves it, to have another tool to be able to deal with issues for the safety of children near schools. As far as major arterial roads, I would not support lowering speed limits on major arterial roads unless there is a school on the road. Jeanne d'Arc is an example when there is a school on the road, and yes, we did lower a portion of Jeanne d'Arc to 40 to make it safer for the kids, but I would not have supported all of Jeanne d'Arc at 40. I will be supporting the motion. I think it's a proactive motion. We will see what the province has to say. I like the idea that it's a pilot project. Let's see how it works, and I think it's a step in the right direction. Anybody who was opposing moving forward, I think we're thinking that we were going to put red light cameras on every street, and I think that was ever the intent. I'm glad we did not vote on this at council when it was brought up, because I think the discussion that we had today with all the people that came was a very valid consultation process and a very valid discussion, and I think all councillors had to hear what the public had to say. So I think again, thank you for the chair and Mayor Watson for bringing forward the new motion, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Manette. I'm not going to say a lot. I said a lot at the very beginning as to where I was on this, and I do want to thank all the residents and groups that came out today, though, and sat through a long day and made their wishes known and provided some very positive feedback. I think we even have some free consultancy work offered from some of the residents. And I want to thank staff because this has been very much a joint effort. We've had people here, obviously, from traffic management. We've had people here from the police, from Ottawa Public Health, who have collaborated on this, worked on this. So I want to thank you all for your work in that regard. Obviously, I am going to be supporting this motion and this approach. I think it's as I say, I think it's reasoned and it I think addresses concerns raised on both sides of the fence, from don't do it at all to not doing it enough. You know, with any compromise, not everybody's satisfied. That's what makes it a compromise. But I think if this passes today and then goes on to council and to Queen's Park, we've opened the door for potentially a very effective new way in our city, I guess a new old way, to deal with speed. And as I said at the very beginning of the meeting, the one thing we can all agree on is that speed is a concern. Speed is a major concern in every ward in the city. We all hear about it on a regular basis. Where we differed at the beginning of the meeting perhaps was how we addressed that. I think we're a lot closer to agreement on how we address that. So I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote for the amended motion, and I thank Councillors Moffat and Fleury for their suggestions and amendments. I think they make good sense. And then, of course, we have Councillor DeRuse's standalone motion. So I think we vote on Councillor DeRuse's motion. And then I'm just looking at the Deputy Clerk so we get this right. Then we vote on the amended motion, the substitution motion, and then we vote on accepting the report as amended. Receive the report as amended. Okay, we have the roadmap. All right. So on Councillor DeRuse's motion? Carried. Okay. On the substitution motion?
Carried.
Do I have to say on the substitution motion as amended? Okay, on the substitution motion as amended? Carried. And to receive the report as amended. Okay, thank you very much. So getting back to the agenda now, I think we have dealt with all the issues on the agenda. Are there any notice of motion for consideration at subsequent meetings? Okay. Are there any inquiries? Okay, thank you. And we have no other business, so adjournment. Okay, and our next meeting is June the 1st. Thank you very much.